Thank you so much for joining us to celebrate the extraordinary achievements of the students in the first year of the Masters in Computational and Advanced Design. During the past 8 years with DesignMorphine, we had the privilege to have taught thousands of specialists and nurtured their progress in some of the biggest companies in the world. But this Masters is a really special project for our team. It is a dream that came true, and it's very close to my heart because I graduated this same university together with Pavlina Varduaki prior. We were so privileged to have been supported by such a prestigious educational institution like the University of Architecture, Civil Engineering and Geodesy in Sofia, and especially from our dean, Professor Urlin Davchev, and to launch the first year of the program in September 2021 with 38 students from 20 different countries. The first day was very inspiring. It was a unique experience to hear about all the different cultures, interests, backgrounds, to get to know so talented individuals from across the globe, from Philippines all the way to Los Angeles. And it was like a short trip around the world that I'll never forget. The journey was both short and long, perhaps a bit exhausting, but for sure rewarding and fruitful. Congratulations to all the students, and thank you so much for believing in the program and joining it in its first year. You have managed to learn so much for the past 9 months. You gained a lot of knowledge and so many new techniques that helped you to represent your creative thinking during the 5 chapter presentations that we've had. With each presentation, I was surprised to see your achievements and constant growth. Some of our guests today have already seen part of the project during those presentations, but I'm sure that no one is expecting what you have managed to accomplish during your thesis semester. And I'm sure that all of us will be mind blown. During this period of time, we had over 30 educators and mentors who have real-life professional experience from the best companies and universities in the world. Congratulations to all of you for being so successful at teaching the students the best advanced techniques that could be applied in multiple different industries like architecture, different types of design, fashion, vehicle, and many more. It was crucial for us to include also our community during the chapter presentations. Thanks so much to all of our guest critics who joined us and gave very important feedback that was taken into consideration during the thesis semester. We are proud that 10 of our students have already started jobs in eminent companies driving the future of design. For us, it is a huge achievement that we were able to open different career opportunities for our students. I would like to congratulate and express my gratitude to our Dean, Professor Urlin Davchev, and my colleagues, Pavlina Varduaki Prayer and Michael Prayer, for constantly believing in this master's degree despite all the challenges that we've had. And I wish the same success to all of our future endeavors. Dear all, stop whatever you are doing, increase the volume, and enjoy those incredible presentations that are following. And I would like to invite Professor Davchev to say a few words, if he's here.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited, and I would like the first graduating class of the Master of Science program, Computational and Advanced Design for us. So this in parallel with a very special period for
It's
3 years ago. with Pavlina and Sveti when we started the organization, and together we were the difficult challenge such as administration and organization of the whole process. The small and brave team behind the program clearly demonstrated great enthusiasm and potential. Thanks to their incredible efforts, they did everything possible to make this idea come true. I would like to congratulate all the tutors and students who have made unbelievable efforts and shown remarkable results at a very high level. I would not hide that in the beginning, there was certain skepticism among my colleagues at the university about the significance and utility of the program as a fashionable and short-lived impulse, as an overly ambitious and adventurous initiative. So I'm extremely happy that all these fears have been dismissed today, and you have all proved the opposite. Everyone at the university and our guests were very impressed by the exhibition in the foyer. I'm also very happy to hear that most of you have been invited to work in prestigious companies. And also some of you have won several well-known awards.
I'm sorry, Professor Davchev, I think that like we got some comments that we are not able to hear you properly. I think it's the same for me.
Yes, and I would like to ask all the people to turn off their microphones, because maybe that's why we couldn't hear.
Yeah, we're really sorry. We really couldn't hear.
How is the situation now?
Now we hear you clearly.
It's perfect.
I was talking that at the beginning, there was some kind of skepticism among my colleagues at the university about the realization of the program and the whole initiative. So now I'm extremely happy that all these fears have been dismissed, and you have proven all the opposite thing. So everyone in the university and our guests were so impressed by the exhibition. And I'm so happy that most of you have been invited to work in prestigious well-known companies and won several awards. So now I think that true history is being written today, and all of you are part of this history with your exceptional dedication and skills. I'm convinced that from now on, our first class will achieve much more success, and we will hear a lot of all of you in your future professional realization. I wish you everyone a successful graduation. Thank you for the attention, and I'm very proud of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Professor Davchev. It's such a pleasure. It was quite an endeavor to go through all these processes with the university, of course, and we understand that this is a university deeply rooted in tradition. It's basically the Polytechnicum of Bulgaria, and it's a great honor to be part of this, and it's great to hear exactly that everyone understands now the value of what is brought to the community with computational and advanced design, what this means, how it applies actually to so many different industries, and how valuable of experience this is actually for the students, for the community, and how we are empowering people, you know, to have more choices and opening doors, you know, to be creatives, to be designers, not just like no matter what is our background of design, so it expands the community and gives so many different opportunities. So yeah, we really want to thank you for this, because like you were a pioneer that going in and really like supporting us in this way. So I say that, we're thanking you from all the program and everyone who got this opportunity. It's a special day for me too, as the creative director of the program. It's been a long journey, to actually work through it and also make it a reality. And it's a very special day today, seeing these projects come to life. It's our grand finale, first year of our Master of Science in Computational and Advanced Design. And for us, basically, this program is focused on the future. We really want to push the boundaries of what we could achieve on the design level of computational and advanced design. It's not only about going into really creating opportunities and optimizing processes. It's about thinking in a very, very different way, and having basically technology empower us to be even more creative, even more thinking outside of the box, and really, creating mind-blowing opportunities. So what you're going to witness today, it's going to be something that it's in the realm of science fiction, very, out there, designs. It's not architectural by any means. It's something that it's a vision of the future of each team. They put their heart and soul in it. They're the ones who geared the conversation towards what this thesis is going to be. It's their decision what the project entails and how they see the future of humanity and how technology will impact it. Now, starting again from this very different pedagogical model that we created especially for this program, which is starting from the human body and growing into a multitude of scales that this technology will inevitably impact in our future. We see that even today, but working on these different scales also has been really, really beneficial to our students, because they got to experience through them different scales of operations, different design challenges, but also the different industries, right? And that has been something that was very, very interesting to see how the same notion and the same ideas can transcend from the human body to living quarters, to vehicles and systems, and then moving on to even the state of cosmogony, right? Building a new world, a new city, something that is emerging from the mere first part, which is actually the human body and how this works. So it's going to be very interesting to see this. Along with the 5 leading design chapters, we were working with 5 supporting technical and theoretical labs. These were also essential to the progress of the students. They were taught a lot of different software throughout the program, something that DesignMorphine specializes in. And that's because, again, each chapter, each experience is very focused, and it's giving space and time to the students to absorb this new information and then build upon it. So there has been the opportunity to work with Maya, ZBrush, Rhino, Grasshopper, Houdini, Unreal, NG, C#, all these, right? Softwares where the students went through and really used them in order to design their projects. And also they got to utilize virtual reality. They worked with the media lab. They created swarm robots, which was very fun. And also the theoretical lab was something very essential to them, because it helped them frame their thoughts and their work into a expandable framework. And also our prototyping lab also, that was quite an interesting experience for them, having all this being a virtual experience. So very thankful to everyone who is here with us today, to our guests and community who have been supporting us throughout the whole year. And we're excited that some of them were able to join us today, and they're going to be joining tomorrow. And our fearless team of educators, which really have done like an incredible job throughout the whole year. There is so much passion and so much generosity from this team on you know, like just giving like the your all, and you know, like wanting actually the students truly to advance and give their best. And also we need to recognize that the vast majority of the team are working professionals. So we understand and we value so much your time and exactly your expertise, because it's an expertise coming from something that you love, that you do every day. And it was just an amazing experience for our students. And also the leads who have been, the core leads that have been throughout the whole process with the students, they became quite close to them, but they were also essential to this, all these transitions and the whole progress, and have been with the students day and night. So that was definitely a very strong bond created there. But also I just want to, you know, like thank like mostly the students themselves for this like extraordinary you know, like work that they've created. But throughout the year also there were so many challenges that they overcame, so many sacrifices that many of them made. Like some were like still like working professionals, you know, and trying to manage the program, and these others were like, you know, chose to dedicate their full time into this and really, you know, like go full force. And either way, like it's a great endeavor, and it's really very such a short amount period they've learned so much. So we recognize the passion and the love for computational design, and we just want to thank you from our hearts for everything you've done and the hard work. So without further ado, I'm very excited actually to have you know, like the first team actually, you know, kick us off. And I'm very excited for this couple of days like coming up. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adviento. I'm the core lead of Group A, and we're going to start with Team A1, Anett and Aatish.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Can you see my screen?
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. So hello, everyone. We are Anett Kulcsar and Aatish, and we welcome you to our Elevating Experience project, the future of private and shared experiences through computational design. The past months of DesignMorphine Masters program, we've been working on the following 5 chapters: prosthesis, corpuscle, amalgamation, kinesis, and cosmogony. On every scale, bigger or smaller, the entire universe is conscious and connected, and we humans are nothing more than physical manifestations of it. Each living organism broadcasts energies, including the universe, and all energies interact with each other. Being conscious of our own state as well as the state of others is important if we want to create a better functioning society or a better world. Our initial design process started out by researching the following topics and concepts which we found closely related to our vision: diamagnetism, acoustic levitation, cushioning, synesthesia, cymatics, bioluminescence, Chladni patterns, and more. Our main inspiration became the vibrational scale of consciousness as defined by the American psychiatrist David Hawkins. The idea is that when we manage to rise above the neutrality level of consciousness, we are in a so-called expanding state. Hence, we are able to levitate. The higher the energetic frequency, the higher the elevation we are experiencing in our simulation. The aim is unconditional love, as it's the most powerful vibrational energy that can be emitted by humans. For this reason, our experience suit on the prosthesis level represents an on-body feedback device capable of sensing and collecting the consciousness of others, visualizing our energetic frequency level and outputting our current emotional state. The consciousness level of the prosthesis is sensed by the corpuscle unit. A frequency level feedback of the body is made visible through the walls of our habitat, which can also levitate once it exceeds the neutrality level. The process repeats as the corpuscle also outputs its level in the form of consciousness air. The same logic also applies to the amalgamation and cosmogony, where we aim for the visual representation of the overall consciousness level of a bigger community.
Let's dive into our experience suit details. CAC layer collects consciousness air from the surrounding via its receptor. CLV is a visualizer showing its current status. CLI inflates the suit based on the reading from visualizer. CAD discharges the consciousness air via the diffuser tube and causes particle to emit from the bulb. The inflatable part of the prosthesis helps in keeping the weight of the body suit lighter and provides cushioning to protect it from shock or collision in case of an accident. These inflatable parts of the suit are made transparent to expose the consciousness level visualizer layer. CLV is a form of self-expression and pattern generated can be related to synesthesia, chromesthesia. The inflation transparent layer above the CLV layer in combination gives an iridescence effect to the suit. The scale-like pattern on the CAC layer is the result of cymatics and their surrounding vibrations.
The dwelling unit of this body with levitation ability has its own fun palace, an Airbnb, air bubbles and blobs called the quantum experience. This habitat becomes a starting style for our future city. The interactive wall surface translates the consciousness air from our prosthesis to patterns and colors. The metacarbon structure, a non-toxic graphene variant, is a curvy partition system which helps in the formation of the caves or tunnel-like spaces that allow for free movement of levitation. The consciousness air conditioner assembly is circulating the consciousness air for the interactive wall surface. From our panoramic furniture pods, our human can enjoy the view of its surroundings. The habitable supershell can act as a curtain by turning from opaque to transparent, and the field forces around the shell keep the clusters together. We can think of the primary concept of our corpuscle as levitating atoms and molecules, where the particle can represent a certain room and a habitable unit can be described as a metable shape. The units and rooms are interconnectable via holes and corridors in between them. Through the habitable shell entrance, our cyborg enters its private living unit with a curvilinear interior. Our interactive walls are reflecting the consciousness level via patterns and colors. We have panoramic pods around the building to enjoy the scenic view from them. And our additional furnitures can levitate as well to be able to move to a different space in case needed.
Our corpuscle units further grow and expand into communities and cluster, that is amalgamation. Here you can see the catalog of these aggregates. The habitable private units are arranged with respect to Chladni pattern, which are visual representation of different frequencies. These disks are further stacked into cloud along the curve. The density of this disk is determined by the overall consciousness of the community. The denser areas also form intersectional spaces, further breaking into public zones, transportation hub, daily needs stores, co-working spaces, parking facilities, and other everyday activity spots. Underneath, floating on the water surface, are archipelagos reserved for leisure and entertainment, functioning as underwater staycation, concert arenas, and museums. The public zone represented on two different levels, are inspired by the Roman concept of otium, leisure time, and nicotium, business and daily affairs, where otium was the time to put aside political or career gains and focus on the progress of the soul. Terraces of these public spaces are the best spot for cloud watching. The constant shrinking and disappearing of unit is similar to stargazing. The unit disconnects and disappear when the habitant leave or merge a few of their private units with the adjacent. The Island Museum is a space where you can experience the work of some popular artists with the ability to interact in the form of touch and feel 3D representation of their work.
We further interrelate these expansions through a transportation system and vehicles. Here are the main components of our private and public vehicles. The panels on the interior are biometric scanners and thermoregulators. The entrance and windows are made of flexible membrane, which has the ability to control its opacity based on the occupancy. In the upper private network, a guiding path indicates the movement of vehicles. The lower private network belongs to the leisure islands. In order to connect the Corpus Sols community disks and the public nodes via stops, our primary public transportation network, called Negotium, is designed as a vacuum tunnel. The Otium is our second public network, located on the water service. The flyboard is used for covering shorter distances. The interactive layer on the top surface gets attached to the user's feet. Our private pod is capable of carrying 1 to 2 passengers. It can turn in both vertical and horizontal positions. The holographic screen display helps in tracking the location and time of the self-driving vehicle. The pods can attach themselves to the docking station, thereby providing easy stacking and rentability options. The docking stations are functioning as revolving doors, which makes the borrowing process convenient. Here's the interior of our private vehicle. And due to the flexible positioning, these vehicles can also function underwater. The public vehicles have an occupancy of 20 passengers and designed to operate on both the upper and lower networks. We show here our public vehicle inside the tunnel. The guiding entrance at the platform of the station provides smooth hop-on, hop-off access. This roller coaster-like system is interactive. The time intervals between the carriers can vary depending on the number of passengers waiting at the stop. The central column functions as a thermoregulator, and we can have an entertaining travel experience inside, which could be the best compared to indoor skydiving. The private units don't have a fixed network, but follow guided flight paths in order to avoid collisions. The public vehicle designed with certain modifications can also cruise around the leisure islands and function underwater on the submarine network.
Expansion of amalgamation and their network system advances into cities and cosmogony. These quanta cloud amalgamation are ever-changing, that is non-static at any given time frame. Cloud colonies are able to actively migrate across surface via a number of different mechanisms, including twitching, gliding, and levitated swarming motilities. These motilities can facilitate the surface translocation of individual cloud, but can also manifest as highly organized multicellular swarm. That enables rapid expansion of quanta cloud communities. Our cosmogony map design draws inspiration from galaxies, mandalas, and tree rings, due to the fact that around 77% of the observed galaxies by man are spiral galaxies. Having it as a central focus of our initial design principle, we aim for a fluid vortex-like plan that also could be interpreted as unique non-static mandala as mandalas are symbol of cosmos representing wholeness, totality, infinity, timelessness, and unity. This ring can carry information and events from the timeline. Here is a collection of our morphological studies. The three levels of our cosmogony transit system are built on the neural network logic. The primary sensory network is collecting and transmitting information to the motor network. The secondary relay network collects all the amalgamation and works as a link between the two. The tertiary motor network is responsible for motility. Below them, we show both the private and public amalgamation deployment and our public zones indicated as vegetation. Here are our final plans of the cosmogony chapter, the zoomed in microcosmos and the zoomed out macrocosmos map. Our ring pattern indicates the growth and change in amalgamation at the master plan level, reflecting different eras. They employ complex self-organization to coordinate their collective behaviors with semitectonic and quantitative stigmergic system in the form of trails.
And last but not least, we prepared a short animated video for you of our elevating experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Anett.
Aatish and Anett. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. It's just such a wonderful project. It's just such a pleasure always to see it, but also all the chapters and everything come together now. It's just absolutely fantastic. Congratulations on all the work you've done throughout this project.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. It's a really amazing project. You have unique concept that is based on a very solid research, I would say. It was quite interesting to follow your progress during the chapters and to see everything together now. It's really unique. So thank you very much. And I would like to invite also our guests who are panelists also and our educators to comment if they have some comments.
I'll start. Okay.
I would love to do the, oh, sorry. I just mentioned in the chat that I would love to do the indoor skydiving. I love the movement through the space, and it's super amazing. For all of you guys that have like Instagram or social media, can you like post it? Because I would love to post some screenshots of the amazing work that you do, and then we can all link to you as well while we post it, because that was the last time it was hard to find everybody back sort of. But yeah, amazing projects. I love the vibe, and yeah, beautiful.
Thank you, Anna. Really appreciate it. I will share the Instagram.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, like, guys, like I keep thinking about this project. It just like came along so well together, right? Like in the beginning, like you were looking at Cedric Price and John Littlewood's Farm Palace, and how you can create these experiences about elevating. And I'm just so excited to see, you know, like how you actually like transcended like this notion from the human body and the experience, and then like throughout all the chapters in the master's program. For me also, like looking at the video, and also like with Anett's background in the music industry, like, you know, like this is definitely like already like a music video that like I didn't want it to finish. But with this being said, I did want to ask you, which is, you know, like the part that like you would like to, you know, like maybe like continue on or expand like your research on, like for this project, which was, in your opinion, you know, the opportunity for you, like continue and dig in more into like this elevating experience, and what does that actually mean to you?
Yeah. I think we were just trying to make things more fun, and that was our I think initial idea, like because things are so serious and all these programs are very hard to learn, and yeah, I think our goal was to create a fun experience or we tried to aim for that, let's say. And what I would like to further explore, I would love to take this to more immersive, interactive experience direction, like combining music and all what I learned so far, and hopefully more. Yeah, would like to. Yeah, I would love to do some fashion projects or musea, other immersive experiences, combining my music background as well. That would be great, definitely.
Aatish, what about yourself? Where do you see like an opportunity, maybe like to continue like with this project? What was your best, your favorite part of it?
Yeah, mine was kind of prosthesis, wherein we started with the body and didn't realize how much it can expand and what are the possibilities, and it was so much fun exploring that. And it like further extended into a habitable space and structures and vehicles. It was super fun. Like I had no idea that a vehicle or a suit could be designed that way, and doing it myself was super fun. Like I would like to continue to make suits and stuff in case, yeah, to experiment more. Yeah, it's super fun. Like anything to design, it's exciting. Yeah.
What was the most challenging part for you guys, like throughout the chapters? Which was the one that like definitely like was giving you like the most like hard time?
When the programs would crash, like
Yeah.
In any chapter.
For me, Unreal was definitely a nightmare. With crashing, yeah, because we have this path tracing thing with the glass and stuff. It was keep on crashing. So, but we needed that material to be used.
Yeah.
It looked better with pod racing. So yeah, that was, I think, my biggest challenge.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't say, right? Like looking at the video and like how amazing it is, and like how it really literally like absorbs you, and like how even like Anouk was saying, like she is ready like to levitate, right? Like it really like takes you to this level, and I'm happy to see that we were able to see a lot of the details that I think that like throughout the year they were well hidden. So I'm excited like to see that like you really like show the most like of the project itself. What I think that like I was missing a little bit was like the part about like the research, like of, you know, like how you came like to those like ideas, and how do you actually like, you know, like decided to dive into it. Because yes, definitely you were looking for a fun experience, right? Like, and that's like, and you wanted to find a different way for people to experience it, and just like have you know, like this really unique way of connecting them, right? And creating this like new community from that. And I think that like from the presentation itself, that was a little bit like of the part that for me, like I wanted you to take me throughout this journey and just tell me a little bit more, like, you know, why did you take these design decisions that you did? So yeah, and even the language, right? Like, because it's such a strong design language you're going after, I think that that's where it gets very interesting to see like your mindset, right? Like rather than just like the final result, which is, you know, it's beautiful, like you know, like, and it's cohesive. And you were one of the teams that, you know, like you were very true to who you were from the beginning, and like, you know, like you took like all the steps like in a very, very like stable way. And I'm very proud of you guys like for doing that, because it shows a level of confidence, right? Like, and like believe in yourselves, like in order like to spearhead and just like to have like such a great way to really, you know, like move forward every time, beyond, you know, crashing or not crashing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we had to skip the design process part because of the 10 minutes. That's what we skipped. We are happy to tell you more about it if anyone is interested.
But you can even tell us a little bit more now. Like, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like first chapter, I think we started out with the clammy pattern texture on the suit, so that was the first step, and then we got inspired by that and did all the modeling around that pattern basically. So those curvilinear shapes, and then I think I got inspired by Iris and Anouk as well for the suits, for sure. So while we were researching, and then I experimented with that, and that's how this backpack came, backpack idea came. And then first I thought that would be a little bit odd, but Mike pushed us to combine the two. Yeah, so it was an interesting, very, very, very organic process, and that's how I like to work as well. Like focused but organic at the same time.
We also have a question from the audience. What softwares are used to make this presentation?
That was Keynote. Keynote, I can share. It's Mac only, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also like if anyone has like additional questions, don't share.
Which part made it all?
Yeah.
Maybe Aatish, you can tell more about the other chapters.
Programs we used Rhino, Grasshopper, Houdini, Unreal.
Yeah. So for the second, we use mostly Rhino and Grasshopper for the habitat, and then for the amalgamation we used again Grasshopper.
We also tested out some Rhino V-Ray and
V-Ray.
Arduino, if that counts during the lab.
It counts, but not for the presentation.
Yeah, it's about it. So then the fourth one, Kinesis, we did Maya and Houdini. And The fifth was grasshopper nuclei from modeling. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Do we
hi
have-
guys.
yeah.
Wonderful presentation. Totally enjoyed the last video. I think, yeah, like without that video, I would miss the whole presentation quite a lot. But the video was terrific. It was much needed to see the whole concept, and I really like how all the chapters and the design of all the chapters and everything is quite coherent. So congratulations. I think you've done a wonderful job. I just wanted to know if you happen to think about like, since you are going from the scale of a human body to a larger scale of civilization, of cosmogony and everything, I'm just wondering if you thought about the activities of the users and what would be their day-to-day life, and what would be basically what they are doing, what are they doing. Yeah,
I think I could imagine it as one of the places of meta, you know, like where you can just dive into it and then hang out even in these spaces together in the furniture pods, or even, you know, go home in one of these homes. And yeah, it could be one of those areas, I would say. At least I can imagine it. And I use these vehicles to go around. And the idea was that these corpuscle units, based on the consciousness, so basically would simulate how people, like-minded people or people on the same consciousness level, can connect and then get into the same space. And then after they are having other interests, they disappear and then go into other and connect with others.
yeah.
I think that
really, really enjoyed your presentation. It was wonderful, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kiyor showed you some ZBrush magic there. Like, it was well appreciated. Yeah, I think that especially like on the experiential part, and you know, like diving into the spaces, right? Like, I think that there is also a lot of opportunity to rethink the furniture, or like what furniture means to you, right? Because again, like you have like some parts that are like I think that more like going into your public spaces, you understand how unconventional your space is, and that you're actually, you know, like maybe you can even go back like to some of these images. Like you understood how unconventional this space is, and that the way you display, or like what actually like means like to display art in a museum, it wouldn't be exactly the same in your case, right? And I think that like some of the furniture you designed, you also like had this opportunity there to like design for elevation, right? Like it's not your normal table, it's not like your normal chair, because the way that you experience it is like being out of space, right? Like, so you could hook yourself up, or you can like literally like, you know, like create, like think more about like that aspect of it. But yeah, like it's just like it's a beautiful project. And I think that like obviously like going through, you know, like each of these different experiences, I think like these are some of the things I was talking about, like, but yeah, again, like going through all these experiences from all these scales, obviously like there, you know, like thousands of opportunities like to go through them and think of them in a different way.
Yeah, there's still a lot to explore. These 9 months were just too short, actually.
Thank you. Ada, you've been with the students now for 9 months. Do you have like anything also like to add from your side?
Yes, I think they've developed a very special style and color palette, and they stayed true to it throughout the whole project developed their technical skills immensely. So thank you for that. I think now the world is yours.
Thanks, Ada, for pushing us and everyone.
Thank you.
Definitely. Yeah,
Thank you very
really
much.
appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
You.
So I think that we can move on to the next team if we don't have any other comments.
Yes. Team A2, Ali and Alab.
Hello. Can the screen be seen?
Yes.
Visible. We are Alab and Ali of Team 2, and this is Project Exuvius. By 2060, humans have drastically managed to accelerate climate change. The 9 planetary boundaries, or tipping points, which were predicted by Swedish scientist Johan Rockström, have slowly breached, triggering an irreversible decay. The thermal imbalance has led to massive heat waves on several continents, creating a multitude of bushfires. Phytoplankton growth has bent over the balance of oxygen in the oceans, killing off a vast number of marine life and coral species. Mining and oil activities have brought about seismic fluctuations, causing a series of volcanic eruptions. As the upper class have fled to Mars in dire desperation for greener pastures, the remaining civilization fought for survival as Earth turned into a wasteland. It was then that the race for planetary bioremediation began. By 2099, would we need another Earth?
The Exuvius project, which was set to fuse animal and plant systems with modern technology into an autonomous growth and remediation system, was founded by surviving pioneers Alab, Adviento, and Qamar, who led the fusion of biology and computational design. They pioneered a sustainable biotechnology which was driven by an insect-inspired molting setup. Together with a complementing fungal growth and expansion model, the inspiration came from a scientist and fungi enthusiast, Paul Stamets, with his early discoveries during the 2000s. During this time, fungi was placed to grow on landfills and oil spills, which in turn broke down undigestible matter into soil. In comparison to other synthetic methods, the fungal bioremediation method even attracted insects. From these insects came birds and other life forms. From what initially seemed like a waste pile, soon became a catalyst for an oasis full of life. For Exuvius, more fungi meant more soil. More insects meant more building material. More life meant growth from decay. Through this system, people and their habitats became resilient to varying harsh conditions and expandable in growth. The goal? To spawn the project onto the most hostile and uninhabitable areas driven into deterioration. Chapter 1, the Exuvian suit. 2065 presented as Exuvius' first big milestone. It was during this time that the project was deployed through its maiden voyage to a prototype zone, the Australian bushfire cliffs. One courageous young scout, Byzantine Hunter, was the first to tackle this experiment, being airdropped onto the continent and traversing impossible terrain to find the most suitable colony spawn point. Along with the Exuvian scrambler pod, which contained all the necessities and building materials, he was equipped with the Exuvian suit Mark I, which aided in self-autonomy and structural body support. Mark I's chitin bioplastic and mycelium internal resource production system, fed by commonly found organic resources, sustained his excursion. This resource flow was controlled by the body attractors, which also played as the joints for his rigid grown skeleton. Other features of the suit included his dehydrated food supplies and water filtration compartments. Chapter 2, the Exuvian Oasis Seed Habitat. At approximately 2 weeks into his traverse, the scout, together with his scrambler pod, was able to gather enough resources. During this time, Ground Zero was at the cliffs of Vulumi National Park, uninhabitable as its surroundings were razed by yet again another massive bushfire, unmountable as its slopes were upwards of 90 degrees. Indeed, a testament to its design and purpose. With enough insect material or chitin, moisture, organic matter, and packed spores, production was catalyzed. Back then, it was a slow and painstaking process of gathering, loading resources, and growing the habitat. Today is much different. At maturity, the habitat would have taken 5 to 7 days to grow into a fully sustainable home, laboratory, and production hub. Generative in-growth approach, the space configuration varied according to the exuviant citizen's need, with a fine balance between organic and machinic. Some equipment was packable, while most furniture was cultivated indoors, much like fungi in dark and moist crevices. Ultimately, this parent habitat was responsible for neutralizing the hot zones and opening doors for the next scouts, scientists, and citizens to pool in. Chapter 3, the exuviant organism colony. 2070 was not without challenges. The fluctuating climate meant the barren cliff would be scorching in the day and drop below zero in the evening. Organic growth struggled, but pushed through. As citizens poured in, so did the requirements for sustenance. But as the colony designed to thrive off of waste, life emerged. With enough to sustain 8,000 households and 25,000 plus colonists, the exuviant colony was full of activity. It started with the clustering of 5 initial oasis seed habitats, which produced a spore release. Then, the growth and development algorithm, which mimicked fungal growth, established dark roots in moist crevices. Then, the structural stems followed the sunlight, much like plant, and bloomed its initial set of fruiting bodies, which became the public spaces. These public spaces catalyzed yet another spore release for the germination of the colonists' habitats. Examining the whole colony, there were a variety of fungal species. The associated colors represented different industries in the community, from fungal technologists who focus on the application of micro-based material and consumables, to the fabricators who infuse biomaterial with technology for different utilities. There were workshops, laboratories, vertical farms, green spaces, greenhouses, and the amphitheater. From production to recreation, to rest and entertainment. Chapter 4, the exuviant exolink and exofuse transport ecosystem. Today, this year 2080, we have fully married the organic and machinic. A decade of computational design and testing has birthed the exuviant exolink together with the exuviant exofuse automotive and transport series. It is a highly forward and sustainable network that functions to provide linkages within and beyond the colony. We now have 2 transport hierarchies and their nodes, private and public, larger networks for the public and more intricate for the private. Both serve as projected guide rails for the vehicles to operate on-grid energy and auto-navigation should they choose to do so. Colonists had the privilege to unveil Exofuse's Genesis edition with the Megariza, the Arachnida, and the Apocrypha, all a harmony of procedural generation and handcrafted details. To the wasp-inspired Megariza railbus, to the multi-purpose off-roader Arachnida, and the personal hyperdrone Apocrypha, the colony enjoyed the fruits of their labor. They are highly technological, but intricately linked with nature. The first colony thrived, but was it enough? Chapter 5, the exuviant ecosystem generative cosmoplan. Our work has not finished yet. As the 4 founders envisioned, Exuvius was a project to heal a variety of decaying biomes. As the cliff colony has settled and ripened, it plays a vital role for the final phase of our planetary bioremediation. In the next decade, we target a multitude of critical areas from radioactive meltdowns, oil spills, savannas, the deep sea, volcanic zones, and others. True to our project's fungal concept, it is in our system's intelligence to sporulate through aerial currents and populate these different zones. For each zone, the system behaves differently. For each zone, a distinctive character and a diverse set of species as catalysts. Through computational methodology, we were able to design the algorithm to react to all these factors altogether, forming a seamless adaptation to the geology. The result? A generative master plan that weaves through the terrain, capitalizes on hazard areas as food sources, reactant to wind, and is rooted from nature's system. Within the spaces are its own intelligent organism growth clusters, which find its way to optimize a balance between public, industrial, commercial, and private nodes. Through this design, we aim to find at the source of each planetary issue.
To recap, we have taken you on a journey of 3 decades worth of design implementation. The Exuvian suit Mark I with the resilience of a tardigrade. The Exuvian oasis seed, our resource powerhouse home. The Exuvian organism colony, the organic megastructure. The Exolink and Exofuse, the eco-transport of the century. Lastly, the Exuvian ecosystem, turning wastelands into unique biomes. In 2099, we will not be needing another Earth. We would like to thank all our leads and mentors for being such an important part of our design journey with DesignMorphine, and thank you to all of you for coming on board our journey of Exuvius, the anthro-cyborg metamorphosis, a catalyst towards growth. To wrap, we leave you with a tribute to the very first scout, Byzantine hunter, who deployed the very heart of our movement.
Your last 3 missions have been a spectacle. You're exactly what Exuvius is all about, son. Doesn't it? There's one more mission left for us to complete. It all depends on this.
Legendary. The conditions are too critical. Your suit won't hold up that long. Legendary. Fall back to HQ. I repeat, fall back to HQ. This is an order, son. Legendary. Legendary, do you read? Do you read? Damn it.
This is our family's legacy.
Hey, princess. How's it going? Remember me?
Of course! Biz! When are you coming home? We all miss you here.
Soon, Tyler. Soon. I'll bring you something here.
You know, you're my hero. Please come home.
Thank you.
Wow, that was crazy.
Wow.
You guys took it to a totally like a different level. You're ready for, you know, Hollywood.
That's for sure.
Super exciting.
When is this
Beautiful
movie releasing?
You finally answered the question. Thank
We
you.
don't need another Earth.
Yeah, we don't need
Yeah, you were asking us 5 chapters in a row. Do we? We don't.
Because we didn't know.
Wow, really
That was
impressive.
super epic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I didn't want this movie to end. It's really wow. And through all all the chapter presentations, the effect was always wow after your presentation. You were always amazing. You have very nice concept with the catalyst for growth, from waste for growth. It's really interesting. You followed your concept throughout the chapters very well, and your style, you have a unique design style. And the video was, I even can't find words. It's unique project. Really deserves to be in Hollywood for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's amazing that, like, you know, like, just you guys, like, coming into the program, like, you just, you know, like, you put everything you've got into it, and you were so excited, like, to be part of it, and worked so hard in each of the chapters. So, like, this, you know, like, partnership went so well, and you learned so much from each other. And you know, like, I wanna hear a little bit more, like, even like from you, like, from a little bit, like, about the experience, and you know, how was that for you guys? Because exactly, this was such a strong project from the beginning. It was taking us to this you know, a totally new space, and it's just exciting and interesting for me, like, to hear also, like, from your how your experience was, and what were you able, like, to learn, and how were you able to grow throughout the process?
I think one thing about this is that like me and Ali, first off, we talk to each other and we're on call with each other more than our loved ones, our family. And I think something different with us maybe is we're just so critical about everything. We just show each other what we got, and we're not shy to say, oh, that doesn't work, or that's not nice, or that doesn't fit. And we openly say to one another. Through the first chapters, it was pretty rough because, like, we had to keep up with each other. Sometimes there was like a gap, sometimes in communication, but it never stopped us from really pursuing this. We actually wanna make it a movie or game, and I think we wanna even take this further after the masters. Maybe put up a studio, me and Ali. I don't know. How about you, Ali?
Yeah, I think, yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it was such an overall experience for me, and especially being with Alab. I think it was fantastic to have, and for the first time in my life, an individual who is, if not more, equally hardworking and on the same level, and he was all these with wonderful ideas. So I think I just really enjoyed just connecting and throwing each other ideas, and I think with DesignMorphine Masters and what they were teaching, the whole palette of the programs, I think it just led us to the opportunity to build on opportunities and take risks. And I think that was our main gelling point, is to never be satisfied, you know, always look at some different things, try to grow, try to understand, try to do something which is different. So, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Maybe some other comments or questions?
I have a few words, but actually I have no words. Like, the level of the presentation is just insane, like, directly. You know, my background, and of course it's not related especially to this kind of animations, but I know I have really close friends actually work in the game industry, and I just sent them the video and they were saying, like, wow, this is insane. It's really, really good, like, high level stuff. And what's more important is, apart from keeping us from the high impact of the high quality visualizations, high quality rendering, is that you also kept a really good storytelling. Like, you didn't just make up something fancy, you keep at a really straight development line of making the whole, like, environment of ecosystem, from the small details on, like, how the spores initiate everything that made up to later a suit, to colony. So actually, like, you build your own biosphere, futuristic biosphere from the ground up, with just a really simple idea, but really powerful that just expanded as much as you could. And it came up so streamlined that is as Paulina or Selena said, like a full Hollywood movie, just because it's not only about the imaging, it's also about the history that everything has behind. So amazing, like congrats.
Thank you, Eduardo.
May I comment? Hello?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, congrats guys, amazing work though. So my sense of this project is, you know, it's like too much of embellishment. I see too much of ornamentation. I mean, what it could be like, you know, patterns, textures. You know, why don't we focus on, you know, something like say for example, you're talking about a human body or something. You know, there are points of emphasis. Like say, when you're looking at a female face, you look at the eyes, you look at the lips. But you know, you just put too many eyes and too many lips on the face, it becomes disgusting. So I think that is where you have to work on. You know, it's too much of work. I understand you're very good at 3D, very good at texturing, lighting. You know, it has come up good, but that's one thing I think you need to work on. I mean, you're learning computational design. I appreciate that. We see very good results though. But you know, don't forget the basics of science. You know, emphasis, etc. You know, I don't know. You know, when I see your project, you see your objects. You know, everything is like too much of ornamentation. I don't see one place, you know, like I can emphasize on.
Well,
so I think that's too much of embellishment.
Thank you for your comment, Sridhar. It's much appreciated. I think that's actually something that like we were empowering them within the program, because beauty is really something that, you know, like everyone looks at in a different way, and we just want to open the, you know, like more possibilities of like what actually means to be beautiful for, you know, like each, you know, like a team and each person, and how important this is, or, you know, like even for their project, it might not be meant to be beautiful. It's meant to be like over the top and, you know, like really like, you know, like making you feel something. It's not always going to be leaving you in awe with, you know, like you just want to like keep staring at the work, right? Like it's a totally different process. It's a totally different just like way that like we're thinking. And that's why throughout the program, you're not going to even see one project being like the other one. It's not going to be like that, because we want the students, and the students were the ones that are leading the design. There was no master studio, you know, design lead, or like somebody who was leading like the design. They were leading the design, and I think that that's really like commendable for me, that like all the students really were true to themselves and to, you know, like the aesthetic that they felt comfortable with, and that they felt that represents their ideas in the best possible way. And for me, that's more powerful than beautifying something, because it's more about, again, being true to yourself rather than anything else, and having this uniqueness that you can't see anywhere else. And for me, that's, you know, that's what I'm looking for, and that's what I want like the students to, you know, like have the power to do.
Yeah, definitely agreed. But I'm just talking about, you know, some basic principles, like say, you know, emphasis, etc. I don't see those things. That's a problem. It's too much of ornamentation.
It is too much, definitely. Too much.
No, I mean, I'm a computational designer, of course. I mean,
I think,
definitely,
if I may add,
yes.
It's I think our obsession with really looking at the richness of nature, and that sort of really inspired and translated. For example, we've looked at, I think, several images of mycelium and different fungal species take inspiration from, and they're all textured and extremely colorful and so rich. So we wanted to sort of reflect that idea into our project and into the elements that we created. So I think that's one sort of direction where we headed.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is
point taken.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
Yeah. So what I was telling is, I wish if you could see more parts. Like say you're talking about a human body. Say for example, just an instance, okay. I mean, you see a head, you see a hand, etc. But you know, if everything is just head or just legs, that would be too boring. I'm trying to see, you know, more systems actually. Of course, I understand the richness of fungi, etc.
All right.
Like say you're talking about a tree. Let me see roots. Let me see some leaves, veins, flowers. You know, these are systems. I don't mean you don't have to do some flowers or leaves here. I'm just telling you, you know, the systems. You know, multiple systems could have been, you know, it have been a little interesting. Like you're talking about a car, you see, you know, headlights, you see the bumper, you see the, you know, the intake, the doors, etc. You know, all these things come together as a composition and it makes beautiful.
Yeah, thank you very much for this feedback. They'll for sure think about it. Somebody else?
Like I said in my comments, nature is diverse and messy and chaotic. This project was all of that in the best ways. So congratulations, beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely very complex structure. I would like to congratulate you because you're the one team from Group A that actually developed their skills the most, I could say, in this program. Like you started from almost zero and you end up with something like this. So of course, there is always a subjectivity even to aesthetics or a representation style, but in your case, really congratulations, like immense effort and development on your side.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for pushing us as well.
You're welcome.
We wouldn't be able to get to this point. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. If there are no more comments, we can continue with the next team. A7, Kyle and Ahmed.
Hello. Right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Okay. Excuse me. Can you see the screen okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kyle Root, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in the United States. In the background here, we have a sampling of our work throughout the program, ranging from Chapter 1, Prosthesis, to Chapter 5, Cosmogony. My background spans engineering and design. In undergrad, I focused in civil engineering and continued on for master's in structural. And for the last 4 years, I've been practicing as a structural engineer for a large firm out of Philadelphia. I'm joined by my partner, Ahmed.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Kyle mentioned, my name is Ahmed Al-Naseri. I'm from Iraq. I'm an architect based in Turkey, Istanbul. But now I'm doing my master's with DesignMorphine.
So welcome all to the story of the emotional caricature. The date is June 18th, 2022, and statistics predict that today we will have looked at our smartphones between 5 and 6 hours by the time that we go to bed. Just 15 years ago, there was no smartphone to even look at. In that relatively short span of time, our entire world has changed, and evolution tells us that naturally, the body that lives in that world is also changing. There's no denying that we are on a path, and the question now is, where does that path ultimately take us? We can now express our deepest condolences for a friend who has lost a loved one by merely tapping a thumb on our phone, just before we scroll down to another mindless video. We move so quickly and so thoughtlessly through these devices and networks that we're becoming altogether desensitized. Studies have even shown that using smartphones in excess can in fact diminish our ability to understand the deeper meaning of the information that we get. To shed a light on this issue, it is not simply enough to show the current human condition and explore solutions. Sometimes one must exaggerate a concept to truly demonstrate the weight of its impact. Therefore, we imagine a world and a starting point where we have completely lost the ability to feel emotion. Excuse me. We therefore begin with an intervention to this exaggerated future, a wearable prosthetic suit designed specifically to reinstate the body's sense of emotion. To enhance the body's vision, we first need to understand the mechanics of the eye. The human eye works by taking light from the surroundings, where it's then focused on the back of the eye at the retina, activating rods and cones. Rods require little light to stimulate, while cones require more light to activate, but provide us the detail and color information about our world. The prosthesis captures light from the user's surroundings through a network of lenses, and then transmits that light through a series of fiber optic cables and focuses it back to the retina in order to stimulate the cones. And by flooding these photoreceptors with more light, the eye experiences exaggerated color and detail, and is ultimately reintroduced to its sense of emotion. But just as the environment affects the body, so too does the body affect its environment. Everything about our world changes when we change the body that resides in it. Everything from the way that we congregate and connect our communities to the very spaces that we call home. And at each physical transformation, a new ideology comes to light. We now enter the world of the emotional caricature. From the largest scale, the impact of this new way of living is evident. Due to the brain's biology, emotion and decision-making are integrally connected, meaning without the ability to sense emotion, we would also lack the ability to make decisions. In this new city, decisions are plentiful. The development of transit networks grows out of a gridlocked city below, connecting both to it, but also to a variation of neighborhoods above. In less expansive configurations, while less expansive configurations allow for a single point of connection, larger neighborhoods require multiple hubs throughout. And here, we see the many options for transportation around the city, all interconnected and layered atop what has become known as the Old City. Old because of its relative age, but more importantly, old because of its way of living, where humans have become so isolated and fixated on expediency that connection seeks purely the shortest route at all costs. And while our travel in the world today is rooted in expediency, in the story of the emotional caricature, value is instead placed on the time and space that connect.
Looking to our prototype community, deemed Town 1, we see a neighborhood that is inherently well connected. A series of interlinked living spaces provide ample opportunity for human connection, while a public cable car and flying drone network provide a movement throughout the neighborhood. At each transit hub, individuals are given a choice, a casual ride on the cable car or a ride skyward in the private drone. The private drone serves a small group of carrying passengers upward where they can stop at the circling airships. These airships allow numerous drones to dock at once and give its passengers additional opportunity to connect with one another. The cable car, with its casual pace, is a quintessential mode of transport in the Town 1, providing ample space for human connection and enjoying the landscape below. This ideal neighborhood, while exciting from the ground, also enjoys a real beauty from above. From a distance, the city reads as one mass. But as we take a closer look to the space reveal themselves. From here, we can see the public spaces at the base of the cables in a new light. A bustling downtown in the heart of neighborhood, the heart as well as the start. Looking into the history of Town 1, it was these public spaces and hubs where the growth of the city first began. Development began when the first new living units were built, each one designed specifically to exploit the body's new sense of emotion. At the ground level, habitat and floating boat in the sky. The area adapters become the anchor points for the growth of Town 1 around them. Once the airspace right act was passed, the airspace around the first pods was reversed only for the construction of additional pods. Development was slow and long, with only few habitats built each year connected to initial units. But over time, this hesitancy to adopt new connecting lifestyle eventually wore off. This expansion of Town 1 begins to boom. Eventually, Town 1 becomes the prototype community as we know it today, a neighborhood built around the idea of connection. Habitat space below providing a way for people to congregate at a moment's notice, and clusters of pods in the sky that provide a more intimate form of connection from above. This exciting arrangement of spaces manages to develop within a dense of urban environment, growing upward and outward over time. A clever configuration of pieces that puts opportunities for a human connection at the forefront of development. It was a famous philosopher, Aristotle, who wrote, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts." But until we examine exactly what those parts are, the real story of the emotional caricature cannot be complete. Connection on foot through timeline is facilitated by a series of circulatory elements, each one serving a purpose and with a specific set of alignment rules. Even the arrangement of pods follows a particular logic that ensures a positive experience for users. And within the habitats, we see that numerous opportunities for branching out are provided. Each living unit or proposal includes both a habitat and privation pod. The proposals start from the ground level, serving a small group of users. They share the same space overall, which is divided into several areas, each area serving a different function. Some areas are specifically designed for exploring the environment using the body's new ability of vision. Corridors have lens to collect and control light inside, while the light openings distribute by the location of the space. The privation pod takes its name from the deprivation tank, where the deprivation tank provides a space for feeling senseless. The privation pod is designed to immerse the user in an emotion of their choosing, almost as the emotional kaleidoscope. The pod is supported on an integrated network of structural framing, interior panels anchored to exterior cladding, all covered in external skin to protect the pod in the air. On the interior, the core can rotate freely so that the user may position themselves to the lens of their choosing. It is from within these new spaces that our story comes full circle. Our caricature explores an exaggerated dystopia where the body has lost its ability to sense emotion. And through one simple intervention to the body, a new world is born. A world full of vibrance, emotion, and continual connection. Maybe, just maybe, this exaggerated visualization of just how enriched our lives could be if we just looked up, reached out, and slowed down will be the wake-up call we all need today, so as to not make the same mistake. We now invite you to enjoy the real world of the emotional caricature.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Such a beautiful work, like such an exciting, opportunity to design. I think we can all relate to, like what you chose your thesis to be after. I think you've done like an incredible work like throughout this time. And for me, it's also especially, important project. And it's also what it's interesting to me. It's exactly like how you're from a very different backgrounds, right? Like engineering, Ahmed, it's an architect. Coming together and working together, like, I know that you learned a lot from each other. And actually we see these influences like from your own personality within this project, right? Like this technical aspect of things and how they actually work or how they would possibly work. And then like Ahmed, also like bringing his architectural like background into this. So I appreciate, and I think that that's very, very fruitful collaboration that you had. And, I'm interested actually to hear more about it too from you guys. Like, how was it to collaborate, not, on a bridge or on a building, but actually on something about that has to do with, something very experimental, very out there, challenging both your skills and the way that you guys are working together.
Thanks, Pavlina. Appreciate it. Yeah, I would say it was tough at first, to be honest, but over time, I think we fell into a routine and learned better how to work together. Like you alluded to, I definitely mostly enjoyed and definitely focused more on the technical aspects of things, trying to figure out even technically in the software how to get something to work, or technically the building wouldn't make sense if it's that big relative to this thing. But I'd say Ahmed and I did a good job reining each other in, because where I get focused on the technical, Ahmed would bring it back and say that, okay, it works, but it doesn't look good. And it's something that I definitely needed to hear. And hopefully vice versa, I could help with some of the technical stuff as well, Ahmed.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, like for me, like before I joined to DesignMorphine, like I was my imaginary like was just an architect, which was like really boring for me now, because like I'm thinking now I'm really open-minded somehow, because like I was scared to design at the beginning, because like at the typical universities like just like to design very typical projects. So now I feel like really open-minded with this opportunity, and I agree with Kyle, like we were really good connection, like to work together, and I think it's like for us good outcome. We could also develop it, I think, in the future if we get opportunity for that also, to enhance it further, I think. Yeah.
What I like about your project is it's a very dreamy, clear presentation, and the style and the styling are very well synced, and it's not over the top, so it makes it very interesting, surrealistic. That's really beautiful about it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. I like the research and the theory from the very beginning, and I'm very happy to see the whole results coming out. And I both can see that like the growth between like the first chapter and the last one in terms of skills, visuals, and composition. So thank you. Good job.
Thanks,
Tim.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear though, several teams that are saying that they actually want to continue working together even after the masters. And to be honest, this is like, the ultimate goal, right? Like knowing that you're part of something, you're part of a community, that like you've had such a great connection like with your partner, and like you were able to build, all these amazing worlds together. And push each other. And I think that Ahmed, and Kyle, I think it's very valid point what you're saying, right? Like when you are trained in a very conditional way, very traditional way, it's very difficult to, even allow yourself, right, like to go and experiment and like think about design in a, from a different perspective, and just like think that you're actually, like able to do all these different things, touch all these different aspects of design and feel confident within yourself, right? And that's where I think that the opportunities also lie for, for designers all over the world, right? Like to jump into something new and unexpected, and just give them this joy again of learning and having this opportunity to explore, because it's very easy to just, put boundaries and say that like everyone's, a specialist in their own field, and they shouldn't explore, they shouldn't, contribute to, the community in any other way. So, and I think that that's what the program is about. So I'm happy to see exactly like how your design skills evolve, and exactly like we're talking here about like how, the technical aspect and how important it is like to, go figure out like some of the challenges that arise, but also like this, like it's absolutely stunning and beautiful what you've created, right? Like how you didn't have any design background before that, and now it's like, like such a beautiful project, like in collaboration with Ahmed, it's, being created after the course of 9 months. So really, congratulations for you guys. It was a long, like process that like of learning, of constant bettering yourself, of being, like very truthful to where you want to go, like with the project. So I'm very proud of like how you grew within this program, and like seeing this final presentation really, like it makes me very happy. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much, guys. It's an amazing project. What I like most is your concept, because I think we're dealing with this nowadays, all of us, seeing how much time we spend on our phones. And it's really unique concept and project, and stunning visuals. The video also is amazing. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Svetlana. Appreciate that.
Yes, I would like to add that talking about teamwork in the beginning, being a little bit more difficult, and then getting into actually really working together very well. I congratulate you about that. And you were really the one team that also managed to improve, let's say, the most your soft skills by learning, how the system works in a very intensive environment where you have to meet deadlines constantly, and you were always ready in the last few chapters. So that's amazing, really. Congratulations about it.
Thanks to you, Adam. Thank you.
May I add?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing work. Definitely, I see a lot of details, and I think the previous knowledge from the disciplines, I think, is evident here. I definitely love the steampunk inspiration here. I loved it. I was actually waiting, when we were guiding them, I was really looking for somebody to do steampunk actually. And also I see they're not very much being carried away by computational design. I mean, they just use it as a tool and then made things very, compelling to me at least. Yeah, so definitely very good work actually. Congratulations, both of you guys.
Thanks, Sridhar.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Great poetry there, because these guys are more like in the architectural realm, right? Like the
exactly.
way that like, they're displaying, and like it's exactly like it's closer to your heart.
Yeah,
like
it's compelling.
You define as beautiful.
It's compelling to me.
Exactly, but that's the thing, like coming from a different background, different perspective, like I think that like different people would value or see like like a point there, like to connect with the projects in a very different way. So I think that that's the the conversation piece there. But it's interesting, like to see your perspective from that side.
Yes, and especially people with different backgrounds, you know, from designs of a very small scale to city designs. You know, an urbanist would see something completely different than a product designer. And also the projects themselves are all completely different. Although they go through all the scales, they have their, of course, emphasis on different elements, and that's the point. The same as the softwares that they learned, you know, of course, they've learned to tackle through all of them, but of course, there was a more of a usage in a different realm for some than others.
Yeah. Hey guys, wonderful work. Totally enjoyed your presentation, and I personally, I think I really like the processes and the where you have the plan of a city and you're showing the network. I think for me personally, these two things quite go well together. Just in my opinion, I feel that the later I find a bit of a disconnection between the design language of processes and the later chapters. For example, corpuscle and then like the cosmogony. So I think just maybe in your future endeavors, it would be nice to consider consistency of design language. I guess that's just my personal opinion. But overall, it looks really great, and I can see that you guys have learned a lot in these past 9 months and really improvised on your skill sets. So that's really great.
Thank you, Qr.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
If there are no more comments, we can continue with the next team.
All right. Thank you again, everybody. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Next, we're having team A4, Simina and Jeanne.
Good evening.
Hi, ladies.
Simina, you're muted. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Share the screen. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Okay. Alina?
Yeah, I can. Yes. Hello, welcome to Team Synthetic Genesis. I'm Elina, an industrial design engineer with a background in 3D printing from the Netherlands.
And I am Simina, an architect from Bucharest, Romania. I also have background in interior design. And this is our project on the lunar South Pole, which we have developed for the past 9 months. And led us to the conclusion that we need new tools, new body, and a new mind to resist environmental challenges and explore new worlds. Starting from the idea that our planet is going through an environmental crisis, we decided to investigate the way our society is being transformed by taking into consideration 2 major aspects of our evolution: the virtual space and the harsh environments on Earth and beyond. Questions arise: are we going to be extinct, or are we able to colonize new worlds? From this perspective, we are proposing major improvements for the human body and the human mind that will make us adapt to the hostile environments. By using synthetic biology and digital entities, we have started to create a new body for a higher level of protection and communication. To achieve that, we have created a transition from biological to synthetic materials made in 4 steps, represented by the 4 layers. They have different functions, different materials, and different densities. In the first chapter, prosthesis, we have created a prosthetic suit for the torso and the head area of the human body. We have analyzed the human body, the muscles, tendons, and material densities. To generate the suit, we have chosen the solar plexus, one of the weakest points of the human body, and made it the starting point for the shortest path algorithm. Then we use the shortest path curves as attractors for the density layering system.
All the elements in the suit are connected between them according to the shortest path curves. The layers in the suit start with the structural layer, which is purely biological. And here we can 3D print new tendons using organic materials. Then we have the thermal layer, which is a combination of both biological and synthetic materials. Then the third one is the protective layer represented by the inflatables, and the outer skin, a pure synthetic one that contains the cyanobacteria and the mini solar panels as energy sources. The helmet is a communication device connected directly to the human brain and the neural system. It links the human brain to the virtual space and the coded intelligence. It has 4 layers like the main suit. We did not create an astronaut suit, but an enhanced body for the extreme conditions. On the second chapter, on the Shackleton moon crater, the corpuscle is a scientific permanent base. Here we have continuous light condition on the ridge and continuous darkness inside the crater. To develop a base, we had to connect the solar energy from the crater's ridge and the water ice deposits inside the crater. 2 types of structures have been developed: the exterior protective shield and the habitable space inside the inflatables. The density variation process was used to adjust the layers and the structural elements. The same layers from the prosthesis are used here as well, but with the difference that the protective shield is 3D printed with local materials. In contrast, with the society we envision, a monarch, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, sent her message 50 years ago to the first men who set foot on the moon. I salute the skill and courage which have brought men to the moon. May this endeavor increase the knowledge and well-being of mankind. This is not an ordinary settlement for what we call astronauts today, but an outpost inhabited by human cyborgs and robots, where the interior spaces can adjust their interior density, and where we have spaces with energy transport for the cyanobacteria from the suit. On the third chapter, the horizon line, we have analyzed in depth the unique light and shadow conditions. With the sun at 1.5 angle, the bottom of Shackleton crater is a permanently shadowed region, while the ridges are in endless sunshine. Here we have developed a DLA network that connects the sunshine area with the water ice deposits from the bottom of the crater. In this new community, we have developed different clusters with different densities, different scales, and different orientation. We have 4 different areas, 2 different scientific areas, 1 living quarter, and 1 mixed area, as you can see here in the overall render. Communities outside our home planet develop both public and semi-private spaces. Acoustics is a very important element. Here we have silent exteriors and noisy interiors. With an enhanced new body, the outside spaces no longer represent a threat to the inhabitants. Public spaces on the moon offer a totally different experience, like admiring the Earth and the lunar South Pole region with bright areas and very long shadows.
By expanding new sites around the lunar South Pole, the need of local transportation arises. Envisioning the transportation, we concluded 2 vehicles: a public vehicle that could go from colony to colony, and a private vehicle to explore the craters. The vehicles are built out of 3 distinct layers. The core structure for stability connects the engines and transfers energy around the vehicle. The protective volume shapes to the user's measurements for the bike and creates habitable volumes for cargo and passengers on the spaceship. And lastly, a protected density shield forms around the structure and volumes. Spaceships dock themselves on docking stations around the illuminated hub on the outer rim of the amalgamation. The public network initiated as cargo route, building new colonies. Due to the open structure of the docking stations and the scarcity of space traffic in the lunar suborbit, the trajectories drive efficiently, forming magnetic field trails. The private network starts on exterior platforms, where the jet bikes are stalled and shielded against space conditions. For the private network, we wanted to express freedom of the jet bikes to explore the crater. Working as a void system, the vehicles are aware of their surroundings for safety reasons and can be autopiloted as group units. Analyzing planetary conditions such as gravity, solar energy, and ice water deposits, in combination with conditions of settlements, we simulated expansions of an emerging new world on the lunar South Pole. The first layer of expansion shows the flight routes which are most commonly used between colonies. The secondary layer consists of explorative paths that are used for researching terrain. The tertiary layer consists of traffic in and around the DLA of colonies themselves. With the water deposit values of the DLA and the solar energy values, we calculated starting positions of new settlements. We first started out by finding the highest solar energy values and filtered them by resource values. Next, we divided functions of these habitats we need in our colonies. We gave this data input to the DLA and connected and calculated these habitats. We used starting positions to run and the aggregations of the calculated DLA to form new colonies. Our synthetic genesis simulation for the first space colonization on the lunar terrain focuses on autonomous systems with logistics and an independency, a type of community that could govern itself anywhere. To form this independence, it has independent transport network. To optimize the resource value, the interconnectivity of these habitats and colonies are formed to maximize efficiency. Each habitat has their own correlating functions based on their shape, and the public areas are fields of entertainment and training facilities. We want to end our chapters by quoting the Greek philosopher Diogenes, "I'm a citizen of the cosmos." Let us show you how we believe our species do not get limited by living on one planet.
Mas estava so noch nie so geklang, aber der Umkleidung.
Space Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Such beautiful work. So exciting to
Thank you
see.
so
Like
much. Thank you, DesignMorphine, and thank you to all tutors. It's been an amazing experience, an amazing year.
Yes, I learned so much through this 9-month program. that I wouldn't have been able to do by myself.
Exactly. Yeah, it's such an insane project, right? Like working like throughout it and just, you know, thinking about like things that like you wouldn't normally like go into. And I think that the aesthetic is very unique also, like to, you know, like your aesthetic and what you wanted to achieve with the project. I wonder, because like you've put also like so much, you know, like work into it. I'm sure that like, what is the next, like, you know, things that like you would expand on if you had more time?
I would like to do more procedural modeling, and I also want to start a C# course, a very intense and very serious one. And yeah, maybe modeling and architecture for metaverse. And yeah, that's for me, I think.
And for me, I would love to go more in the technical side of things with Unreal. So I'm looking to explore that path during the summer.
That's exciting. How did you connect like throughout the chapters? Like what was the challenges that you were facing, like connecting like from one to the other, like with the aesthetic that you were using? Because like you are one of the teams that like will state again, like very true, like from the aesthetic from the beginning until the end, which is difficult like to translate like into all these chapters. Is definitely a challenge that like you know, like it needs a skill. There are many ideations, many ideas in the beginning, like throughout, and then, you know, like growing into the project. Like how was that for you?
It was definitely a switch and a challenge, but I actually enjoyed it very much because it gave me time to explore two types of computational design. Yeah, but I think in the end we kind of had a common theme of merging and using this material to really have it work on multiple objects, because my first project was mostly how to merge everything together as in one skin, that everything is connected. And with this new with Simina's project, I think we achieved it in some kind of way to have this synthetic connection with everything.
Yeah,
so
for me,
I definitely enjoyed it.
Yeah, for me it was easier, but I got along with Alina so well, and we worked so well together. And yeah, I really love the results and the project, and we have developed amazing. I learned from her stuff, and yeah, it was really, really helpful. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, girls. I know the challenges of merging two groups. We had constantly like conversation with Eva and Taransa, so congratulations on like actually managing to work together and finish the whole thing with some great results. So good job on that. Yeah.
Yeah, just like for transparency, like through like also like people that like don't know like how like the teams work. Like normally like teams are paired in the beginning, so they're working throughout each chapter together until the end of the project, until the end of the program. But in this case, we had some switches, and Simina and Elina were actually a new team in the middle of the program. But it was super exciting actually, like to see them collaborate so well and bring also like the ideas from before like forward together.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I actually wanted to comment on that, and it's sorry, Simina, but I think it's what trying to merge the two comments from Pavlina in terms. I saw your progress throughout the master, and I must say, like, I'm also very much impressed and pleased by the fact that you kept the language consistent throughout the chapters. It's not easy. It's not taken for granted, especially in a course like this where you are supposed to keep pushing and explore at the same time. And it's even more impressive by the fact that indeed this was like a newly created group that kind of got created midways. And I would say, like, some people might think that this could be sort of like a constraint, you know, trying to keep this language is a constraint that you impose to yourself. Instead, I'd say that it shows a great flexibility from the both of you, because you were able to keep this language consistent through the, I don't know, like the docking systems from the prosthesis and then back to the networks. By the way, I just want to say a couple of words on the transportation networks and the mapping part, which to me, especially in this project, was very, very much on point. You kept your project grounded, which is something that I appreciate. You know, it's very easy to go very far and travel very far away from Earth to and envision like a completely new world. You instead decided to work on the moon, so like take a like from a different point of view, and I really appreciate it. It looks more grounded. It looks even more scientifically informed. I like the research. I like the topic of the crater, then like the building around and all the mapping that you're doing. It looks way more on point to me, to be honest. So I think like everything is being kept consistent by this language, but it's but just beyond the language, there is way more research. There is definitely there is been a clicking between the two of you, and it's not easy at all. So I think like this must be appreciated by everyone who's looking at this project for the first time, and also those like tutors who know, you know, the story behind.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Elena was taking it so much deeper into the scientific area, and she really did really good analysis, and yeah, it helped a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like Nicholas is telling.
Oh.
Okay. Oh yeah, please.
No, go ahead.
No, please.
Oh. No, definitely. And I think Simina's design language really taught me so many things. Like she is a very strong with also decision making, and I learned so much from her that perspective, because that was a weak point of mine. So thank you so much.
But I have learned a lot from you, Elena. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how Nicola was telling that, you know, he's scientifically informed. I'm very impressed as well. You know, the way you're talking about 3D printing technology, the availability of material there, and you know, not very dense structures, and also the kind of algorithms you're talking about, you know, diffuse limited aggregation, shortest pathfinding algorithm, you know, the application, etc. You know, it's very scientifically informed. It's very impressive. It's very compelling to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Yeah, beautiful work, guys. I think the synthesis between both of your works and the language is really good, and the visuals are stunning. I really love your moon base. It looks great. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the impacts of gravity on your design. And because at some places in the video I saw that your character is very much grounded in your moon base. Like I was just wondering if you thought about the impact of if you thought about how your suit helps with the gravity. Yeah.
We thought that this is a new body that responds in a different way than what we know today. So we didn't really want to make an animation that shows the way we react today in outer space or in very low gravity, the way we know it is on the moon today. So it's just a totally different character, totally different body, a totally different experience. So that's why we kept it this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think overall it's a really beautiful project. Congratulations.
But
thank you.
If I can say a couple of words on this, I think Kier was very much on point. And I thought when I saw the visuals that, you know, all that kind of like perforated, reticulated structure that you are proposing since the beginning was indeed sort of like a reference point for those navigating with what we know to be, you know, the moon gravity asset. And, you know, like you don't really need to have like a floor, a ceiling, but you can basically hang and you can push yourself. And this type of light structure would help in that sense. So that to me would be an argument. I don't know if that was like thought that way, but to me, it would totally make sense.
Yeah, basically, we don't have regular furniture inside this corpuscle. Like the way they move or the way they can move, they could move, is different. So we don't need like usual interior decoration or furniture or something like that. So we didn't want to think in usual, like in ordinary terms. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. We were really thinking, okay, if we have this new form of body, how it would live, like how it would move around, and we don't think it's relatable to how we live on Earth. Also, with like the suit, we have these micro organisms that give us the energy. Like it's a different form of human. Like you don't just go sleep regularly. It's how to think that is like exponentially changing. So
even the human face and the senses, human senses don't work the way we have them right now. They're just over. They're totally changed. Like she doesn't breathe like we breathe. She doesn't see like we see. So she doesn't talk the way we talk. So it's a different being, a different human. Yeah.
But she's still dancing.
Yeah,
she's dancing.
I was just wondering that, like, why does she dance just the way we dance?
Yeah, the idea was that I was thinking astronauts, both men and women, have a very good and healthy body. So she had to kind of follow that path, and she looks really amazing. And yeah, like she has this nice look. Yeah.
We still remain human. That's
yeah,
part of
there is there is something that should remain like human.
Are there any sources of entertainment for them? And or rather, what are the sources of entertainment for them there?
Through a virtual space, and as I said in the presentation, to basically look at the Earth and admire the lunar South Pole with the amazing light conditions there that we don't have here. And basically activities that involve their new senses, which are developed and they function through the virtual environment.
I have a question from the audience here. After dipping into so many different software, would you guys say you mastered any of them, or are 9 months just enough to dip into the huge selection? I think it's a good question.
For me, it's been like 80% Houdini. So, but I cannot say I'm an expert in Houdini. I still have a lot to learn, but we have used so many tools, and it was a great opportunity to learn so much. Yeah.
Coming in, for instance, there were like some softwares also that were totally new to you, right? Like, and you were like, you know, navigating and learning through the program and building on like the skills, because like, again, you know, like starting from chapter 1, it's more about polygonal modeling, ZBrush, you know, like Maya, like handling like this part, and then like building on top of that with Corpasso, like we're moving more with Grasshopper, from Grasshopper again, like to Houdini and C#. So they are like so many multitude of softwares that, you know, like you guys are, you know, using within the program. And again, like some projects are more heavy on one side or the other, and like they're just different opportunities like to develop them. But yeah, how was that experience for you, like going throughout like all this knowledge and with the tutors?
For me, ZBrush was totally new. I have never used it before, but I have switched many times from Rhino, Grasshopper, and Houdini. And I switched to Redshift because before that I was using V-Ray render engine, and yeah, it was very interesting to switch between so many tools, but mainly for me it was Houdini. For Eline it was a bit different. And
yeah, at each chapter, of course, you have a dedicated set of software that they recommend you to use. But as very progressed in the masters, I would say you switch a lot in between softwares. For example, Maya used a lot of just drawing quads on to make the meshes more manageable. I use ZBrush to change the polygons and try with Substance Painter to bake normal maps. So you switch around a lot, and I would say you find your favorite program along the way. But it's intense learning so many softwares. But I would say I would after this 9 months program, I would have I have knowledge, okay, which program I would use for which when I start a project, for example, which program I would use to start to do different types of things.
Well, hello, first of all. Just a short question, like just out of curiosity, like which part of the, like which kind of part of the clusters, let's say, or the chapters you enjoy the most? And also, like, after going through all the different softwares and through all these different kind of like design exercises, like how, like what you want to do after with this?
I really enjoyed the robotics lab because it was something totally different than I have experienced before. And yeah, I would like to go into coding to start learning like in a real way. And yeah, that was for me. And Houdini also, I want to use it and do procedural modeling. But as a chapter, all of them. I mean, I cannot say one chapter more than the other. Just the robotics lab was for me was like the wow thing.
And do you have any kind of application, let's say, apart from your own research, like where you want to employ it? Like which kind of field you're more interested after this master? Like in general, I'm asking this question because for me, I think like, you know, the master is not like, you know, design or like architecture master, it covers a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think like, you know, like many of you might actually like, you know, find interest in other fields as well after this master, which I think is quite you know, quite exciting as well to see how you guys might decide to go in different directions.
Yeah, I would go for to design for the metaverse and coding and this kind of stuff. Yeah. But if I would have to design something like it's connected to the architectural parts, I would design it. But yeah, I want more
I want to expand your horizons a little bit.
Exactly. That's why I have joined this program. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I would say like it's so broad, the directions that you can go into, and yeah, it's I think it takes a little bit of time for all of us to really diverge back down to okay, what is it in for us? During the program, of course, we explored so many different, like we converged during the program, and now it's back to diverging, back to what you want. Yeah.
Good luck. and let us know where you end up.
Thank you so much, Alejandro.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Amazing work. Super proud of you.
Thank you, Paulina. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. It was a very emotional journey, I think. Thank you for pushing your boundaries beyond possible, physically, emotionally, mentally, and learning so much.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for the amazing work.
Thank you for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you, everyone. Let's continue with the next team, A9 Kshitij.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So hi, I'm Kshitij. I'm an architect and I did my bachelor's of architecture and I've been into architecture practice since past 3 years. And yeah, I came here to enhance computational techniques. My topic is energy transmutations. So
Please, everyone, be patient.
everything we see around us.
Kshitij is a little bit lagging, has some problems with the internet, so he might interrupt sometimes. So if you could start over with, from the title, thank you.
So hi. Topic is energy transportations, and we are going to study a bit about energy today. So everything we see around us is energy in one form or the another, chemical, nuclear, gravitational, etc. Scientists named Kardashev developed a scale that stated that an advancement of a civilization is directly proportional to the amount of energy they consume. Based on this scale, we are still on 0.75 civilization. We have not reached type 1 yet. So how would a type 1 civilization look like? Well, for one, it would have colonized and become an interplanetary species. With this, we assume that there is a species that is there on Mars and have colonized it. And with the vast amounts of energy at their disposal, they have complete control over the climate and topography of the planet. The colonization begins in the Valles Marineris, which is the Grand Canyon of Mars. It is chosen as it receives minimum radiation and also is closer to the equator. With this, there is high variable temperatures over there. So water is formed in the form of ice, which gets evaporated and then gets condensed to form vapor and rain. To deal with these harsh environments, they developed a prosthesis, which also had an inner layer with many sensors, and the wires which were provided actually provided thermal comfort to that. Apart from this, there was also a spine prosthesis attached to it, which stores all the huge amount of energy. This is how the layers look in combinations, and when they combine, so actually in the daytime, it glows and it emits light in the darker areas. For the living units in such places was the most challenging job to do, cylindrical forms and spherical forms, since it has higher flow space index. Plus, as we know that the gravity in Mars is 1/3 of that on Earth, and also there are high wind speeds. It also has a lower amount of hoop stress, which helps in going upper in the floors. For the living unit, they used basalt, which is abundantly available in Mars. So they would crush it and then 3D print it to form the corpuscles and use the cylindrical forms. Then there were connections used, since these units had to be stochastically arranged with each other. So these connections sort of provided breakout spaces between the living units, and also has an interior which is more like an energy charger. When you're inside it, it charges the energy in the spine prosthesis. Public space is the one where people come to collaborate and work, and Apart from this, they developed a city center, which works on the Tesla's model of energy transmutation of wireless energy and transmutates energy between various environments and neighborhoods. Now, Marshals felt that the Martian life is too important to waste in the scouting of such areas. So they further developed this Tesla's model and made a prototype in the spine prosthesis. So this connects the avatar, which actually scouts around and runs in the harsh environments. So with these kit of parts and public spaces, an aggregation was thought of and vision. With all this progress, the colonies on Mars are now self-sufficient and have declared independence from Earth. After drafting the constitution, they wanted Mars to become a better place in terms of lifestyle and core values than Earth. They decided to build a place where the needs of the spirit and the care for progress would get precedence over the satisfaction of desires and passion, the seeking of pleasures, material enjoyment. It shall lay the foundation of a new society, balanced, just, harmonious, and dynamic. The challenges are enormous and daring. When this dream touches you, don't hesitate to join us. To begin with, they ran a drainage algorithm on the site of Valles Marineris, which is of the size of the continental US. Now, where there were the maximum dense drainage lines and intersecting ones, those were chosen as the ideal locations for the aggregation. These lines were used as fields to attract the units towards it. Now the algorithm works on 3 variables. That is the drainage field, the height above the site mesh, and the favorable flat surfaces. So it will try to find the flat surfaces closer to the drainage algorithm, but also has a height restriction to it. After this, they tried to connect the units, and there were identified public spaces which acted as urban interventions. Now, these interventions needed to be connected with each other for the transfer of goods. So, a network was thought of, which was fired from the current flight trajectories which we use, and it was hard-coded, and this is the public parking. The private network was more of an explorative kind, since bikes were more to find their own solace in the landscapes of Mars. This is how it looks like. Finally, we come to the vehicles. The vehicles were designed to tackle the high wind speeds of Mars and were very aerodynamic. A metaphysical material embedded. This reduced the skin and the materiality. Exoskeleton was formed so that it braced for impacts. The glass has a procedural skin which grows when there is high radiation. The toroidal power supply unit works on particle reactors, and when it goes in the parking, the electromagnetic fields reverse and it charges the toroidal particle accelerator. This is how the complete spaceship looks like. The bikes were paid attention to be completely aerodynamic so that high speeds could be enjoyed. Finally, when the idea of this society started appealing to most of the Martians, a lot of people started making new neighborhoods, and various data maps were analyzed for this purpose of drainage and the heights. This is the lifeline connection, which connects all the neighborhoods together. They also formed a network to scout for resources. So the yellow one you see is actually the network which connects for the resources. This map shows it all: the aggregation, the height maps, and the main networks, but it's kind of a messy. So let's just get rid of the terrain. So if you see here, there are units which have the blue parts that you see over here are the units, and the yellow ones are the extraction networks for the resources. And these are in conjunction with the main lifeline unit. Finally, The Martians have achieved its vision of an ideal society and are on their way to progress towards a type 2 civilization in the constant race of energy transmutations.
Thank you, Kshitij. Wonderful video. Super excited
Zapier
to
is
see
woven
it.
into every part.
If you could just add the link also to the chat, so because like I think that like the quality wasn't very clear because like of the connection, but I think it's a great progress you've made. I think that in general, like throughout the program, we see that some of the chapters have like different language, so a little bit like of the consistency is lost there, but I'm happy to see that you were able to go through, learn a lot from them, and you know, like expand your skills through it. So yeah, thank you for, you know, like for your hard work, and I'm excited to, you know, like to see like what's next for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pavlina.
Thank you so much also from me. I agree that the video is amazing. It's really cool. My favorite part of the project are the vehicles. It was a great project, great chapter project, I mean, very strong. So thank you so much.
Yeah, it was pretty daunting with Houdini at first, but somehow like we managed.
Yeah, because like also,
oh sorry, go ahead.
No, because like I just wanted to add that like most of the project, most of the softwares that you've used and like went through other like all the chapters were new to you, right? Like although like again like from an architectural background, again like you didn't have the chance before the program to use them. So I think that like also like that, you know, like that's an intimidating part like for a lot of you guys, like, right, like navigating the project itself, pushing the boundaries of the design, seeing how to work and collaborate, and like the interoperability even between like the programs. But like I think that like like we see a great progression of like how you were able to navigate and learn more throughout, like, and build your skills throughout the project.
That's actually true. Like all this time in my life, I've never pushed myself this much like I did in this master's.
And you did this all by yourself, right?
With a lot of help from you guys, and of course my peers.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Always so helpful. Like, that was the best part here. Like everyone was so helpful, so kind. It was a very positive environment to learn.
Yeah, incredible amount of work by yourself. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, building on this, I really want to say that, like having seen from where you started, there's been really like a great improvement, and you really never stopped to be, eager to learn, and you were getting in touch with tutors even after chapters. And I really appreciate it from the tutor point of view, right? From the educator, that's in me. I really appreciated it, and your attitude, I think, has been like, I mean, in a way, you started kind of like, maybe like a bit skeptical about how much you could get from us, and maybe like defending your point at the very beginning, but you soon started to open more and more, and we can read that in the progress that you had throughout the master. You really push on the technical side, which is definitely one take, and I think it was definitely a good investment for you to push that much. I understand that like doing this on your own, the amount of work that we've been seeing, it's extremely impressive. Like, it makes a lot of difference if you are like 2 to 3 people. I think you started as 3 people in a group, and then it ended up being just you. So really, congrats on your personal development, and also on what you showed today on the screen. Of course, then there can be a discussion about consistency in a narrative. I also particularly appreciated, like when you were building the transportation units and you were kind of starting creating a language there. I feel like that was the moment you were getting to a more mature level, both from the technical side, but also, developing your own way out. Because at the very beginning, I think the struggle you had being a beginner in most of the software you faced was really to try and find a way to use them to communicate what you wanted and try to convey. And I feel like there you were starting getting there. And then, well, you did an amazing job with the visuals for the final video. So I'll say just congrats on your personal path.
Thank you, Nicholas. It's like the technical part. It's fine. Like earlier when I used to learn softwares, I used to be all about hotkeys and stuff. But here there was no time for that. Like you see the software and you try to make something out of your own. So that kind of intuitively, helped me grasp things in a better way and like jump between softwares easily. So yeah, I think it's made it easier now.
Yes, something that many people might underestimate is also, like the pace that you have to adapt to when you start this master. And I know that, like, particularly for you at the beginning, it was a struggle. It's similar to what I've experienced myself, right? Like coming maybe from ways lower pace type of education and system, in where you're always trying to find like several reasons for whatever you're doing, and informing and reinforming and going back and forth. Here, you really had at some point to deliver something, and it's been repeating. It's been a pattern throughout the master. So I can also say that once again, I'm pleased that you quickly adapt to this system, and you've been successful at the end on your own once again. So this is really all about your personal development.
Thanks, Nicholas. Means a lot.
I would also like to add, Kshitij, congratulations. You were the one person who managed to develop your aesthetics immensely to the highest level, and you discovered yourself basically here in this masters, I think. And you did this very unique style. So really, from where you started to where you came, it has been an amazing journey.
Yeah, thanks, Ada, for like always pushing me. That's what I learned in this master. Like, no matter what the odds, you can always finish it.
Yes, last minute indeed, but we did it.
Just remember, like 7 p.m. I'm sending you the link. Yeah, it's done. Video.
Yes, let's keep some stuff to ourselves.
Well, you know, that's how design works, right? Like we've all been there, you know, like it's no news, but at the end of the day, like it's exactly like, you know, you met the deadline. That's the important part. And you're here, and like the work looks great. And as like Nicola said, at the end of the day, it's about personal development, right? Like that's a start for a journey for you. It's not the end. And I think that that's the most exciting part. That like now you have a great visibility to different ways of work. Like also, I remember like Eleni was mentioning. Now I know, you know, where to go in order to achieve like, you know, the designs I want to do. So, you know, it's exactly like the same for you. Now you have such an open path, like to continue learning, right? Like, and you're in such a great space. And I'm actually curious to see like what are the next steps for you? What do you want to continue expanding on?
To be very honest, like the diverse amount of skills we have learned over here, I'm even more confused. I want to do everything now.
There is no stopping you now.
Yeah, but for now, like metaverse seems like a good opportunity because when I came from the architecture background, like it was all about dimensions and the gravity. You know, it's a damn thing. But with this, I think it gives a more opportunity to explore design in a sense, which is also what I liked in this masters. So I think I'll push myself over there a bit.
Perfect to hear. Also, we do have a question from one of our guests. Is looking back at your learning journey, what might you have done differently to prepare? So that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Be more consistent, I guess.
But also like to prepare like before, yeah.
Before, I had no idea. Like, I was just reading research papers from Human CAD, and I was like, okay, this stuff is cool. Now I want to learn how to make it. So I started with some grasshopper, and then I came across DesignMorphine, and I was like, okay, let's do it. So, yeah, it's not that tough. It was like pretty simple for me. I hope that answered your question.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Any other comments? If there aren't any, I propose we take a 10-minute break.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, everyone, welcome back.
Hello, hello.
And we're back.
Let's see some more faces. All right, let's continue with team A8, Assem and Joost.
Hello. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So, welcome to Arcadia, an imaginary location in the future, envisioned by us, Assem, Attia, and Joost Helfers. Today, we are going to talk you through the achievements of the Eden Group, which developed Project Arcadia in an imagined futuristic scenario happening around 100 years from now. These designs are you going to see are located in the Northern Hemisphere, in a former socialistic city. They represent the achievements of the Eden Group, which are a collective of scientists who are living on the underground of the city.
We imagined a scenario in which the world is drastically different from the current state. Driven by the need for constant economic growth, humanity has used most of Earth's natural resources, and with that lay the groundwork for man-made climate change. In our scenario, climate change has destroyed most formerly known structures, and anarchy and environmental destruction led to a massive decline in population and quality of life. Humans are now focused to survive in a toxic and cold environment. The warming of the Earth caused the stopping of the Gulf streams, which led to another ice age, and with that came devastating food shortages and social tensions. Our work displays the different developments of the Eden Group, which, with the help of new technology and social structures, tries to survive and improve the living conditions of its members. The group introduced new beliefs, which are less focused on the fulfillment of the individual need, but considered the shared interests and necessities to improve life for all members and reach a state of complete sustainability.
The first design Eden developed is a prosthesis to augment the human body. Through the intersection of technological elements and the human body system, this prosthesis enabled the wearer to access more of the body's potential to survive in the contaminated outside world. Multiple elements covering the head, upper body, and most of the legs are fitted closely to the human statue. While still allowing for free movement, the design's prominent fluid design language is guided by the use of organic matter, which was programmed to shape the visible geometry, glowing lights in various locations of the body, marks the position of connectors which can be used to refuel and service the prosthesis. They also act as guides in dark environments.
The prosthesis should deeply intertwine with the human body in order to enhance its internal systems and thereby make the body stronger and more resilient. After the introduction of the prosthesis, Eden scientists developed the first prototype of a living environment, which could be built in order to escape the narrow underground of the city. It should contain spaces to fulfill all basic human needs, as described by Maslow's theory. Spaces for shelter, food, security, personal development, and social contacts are contained in the distinctive volumes of the corpus scale. The facade of the first corpus scale unit follows a similar fluid design language and is, just like the prosthesis, made from an organic metal framework.
The internal structural system is based on the concept of a space frame, and the top bars are transparent in order to leave natural light inside and to heat buildings with sun's thermal energy. The use of new technologies enabled some of Eden's members to escape underground and live, even though it was just a first experiment in the harsh outside world, which was still very hostile and unpleasant to live in. As the principle of the proposal turned out to be applied living and building systems, its concept got scaled up in order to be used as a living environment for a large group of people. The units got flatter and more independently usable, which allows for an aggregation, and the units house different users, which are essential for a structure which can house up to 10,000 people.
Combining this aggregation approach with a system which considers the surrounding urban fabric, the amalgamation structure spreads out from the center of an intersection into the surrounding streets. Two towers in the center mark the highlight of the shape. Around the structure, public spaces are scattered. These public spaces contain greenery, and they provide secure and comforting places for the inhabitants to relax. The terraformed landscape connects the artificial structure with its environment. As the group grew, their radius of movement grew as well, and the need for high-speed transportation systems came about. Connecting the amalgamation with its surrounding environment, the organically shaped network sprawls out around the remains of the city. A far-reaching, solid network represents the base layer of the Kinesis conveyance system. Coming closer to the amalgamation, multiple layers are introduced into the network. In a close radius around the amalgamation, the layers rise up from the ground in order to allow for a more optimal entrance into the close quarter network, which tightly wraps around the structure. The network integrates seamlessly into the environment without disturbing nature.
The close quarter network is connecting different parking spaces with each other, which are strategically placed around the structure in order to allow for an access to the building in various locations. The parking units are attached to existing units and therefore deeply intertwined with the internal circulation of the building. They follow a modular building approach, allowing for an extension of the units in areas which are more frequently traveled to. The vehicles which travel the network follow a fluid but very open design language and can contain, depending on the model, between 1 and 6 persons. They are driven by magnetic iron thrusters and are thus able to hover above the ground and fly along the guiding networks. The reduced design allow for a very lightweight construction and therefore a very energy efficient use. The final design represents a large-scale network which shows a possible connection between different settlements and origin constitutions.
This networking system allows for a wide sprawl of Eden's influence and living environments. Varying locations enable them to use location-specific properties in their research and production of daily goods. This eventually also improved their quality of life. The cosmogony network is based on flow lines which guide the network and ensure an efficient travel path, using momentum to use less energy. It contains varying levels of density with a dense network in the environment, clear and efficient main axes, and a scattered network around the different amalgamation structures. The network in the immediate surroundings of the living and industrial structures also contains public and recreational facilities. Now we also want to give you a more immersive impression of Project Acadia. Finally, with the technology's social structures and behavioral changes, Eden was able to close the gaps between the curves and managed to establish a long-lasting sustainability. Thank you very much for listening and the opportunity to be part of this great experience and community.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so very excited to see everything come together today, and I'm happy because I know that like there were parts, especially on the amalgamation level, that you went in and redesigned, and I think that they did make a difference. So it definitely like it was a great decision like to go in. I know it was like more effort on your part, but really it showed the project in such, you know, like better light that made more sense to your story and like your vision. What I would, you know, love to see actually more of is, I think that these absolutely stunning designs from Corpus, from prosthesis level to then the vehicles, that they transcend like these two like really like work together very well. And I wish like that you were incorporating a little bit of these elements like also on the city level. I think that like that would be like a level like, you know, like to also consider for the future, right? But other than that, like I think that these are absolutely stunning. I don't think that I've ever seen anything like that before, right? Like very, very unique, very intricate technique. And like you got it like from chapter 1, and I'm very proud of you guys because again, like I know like coming into the master's program, like you weren't versed in like the majority of the softwares, and even the design language was like alien. Like we were having like discussions with Joost, like coming from Germany, from again like a very, you know, like a background to where things are very, you know, like orthogonal, and the mindset is like that. Like, you know, like I'm excited to see that you definitely broke the mold. You're going into and venturing into something that it's absolutely stunning. You're more confident in your skills, and that like this collaboration between you guys, like you know, worked so well like between you. So really, congrats.
Thank you.
And we can actually see the growth in terms of the soft skills and the presentation skills, because this is like the last presentation just blows everything away. And I want to congratulate like on that, like not working only on like the technical skills, on design skills, but also on the soft skills, which was very important. So good job on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys. I just want to say, like, I totally agree with Pavlina on I actually have the same thought when I was watching another presentation. Like, I think like the prosthesis, the corpus call, and then the vehicle, they all sharing this language that I think like you guys found, and it's very unique. Like, you know, like it's very articulated, it's very rich, and it has a lot of different articulations, different possibilities. I think like, I mean, I don't know if it's a matter of like software, and I think I just had the feeling that when you scale up, you sort of lost all this richness. Like when you actually, like if you put in the screen the kind of master plan, like the city level, like here, basically like you can't really read that richness of spaces. It's almost like conglomeration of lots of stuff. It's like kind of like piling up, like let's say like the order and the kind of richness gets lost. Like obviously, like if we had more time, or if we were to continue this exercise, would be great to bring those qualities back to this. I think also, like, you know, in terms of the public spaces, and you know, like let's say like trying to find what are like in the city level, like these kind of features, like, or like how do you relate the features that you've developed in your design exploration at the city level? I think that's the only part that I would say, you know, it could have been like further study. But other than that, congratulations, amazing job.
Thank you.
Yes, that's true. The city level definitely sticks out. It's more scattered and not that. Yeah, it has a slightly different design language.
I agree.
I think it's not it's not just the the fact that the design is different, which I will obviously always push to kind of keep that consistency throughout all the chapters, because you also have like a very strong language. But then also on top of that, like when you see here that plan, for instance, like it's kind of a radial growth, but like other than that, like you can't really say more. Like it's it's just like kind of growing from a center, but there's many other types of explorations like you could have studied there. But yeah, I mean, I understand that sometimes software's time and everything it's also not easy. Yeah, good job, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, no, I think like I would agree as well. Like the city level design could be improvised, but before that, I think like your work on almost all the other chapters is really brilliant. I just love your kinesis designs. I think like that is one of the major like one of the best part of your project. The design language up to that point, I think it's really good, and you have really good renders and really good graphic and design sensibilities. So that's really great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all agree. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think we all agree. We're all reiterating the same thing. So I want to spend time on it. But yeah, once again, like the language. I mean, you get to the one of the finest design language that I've seen so far. Both the prosthesis, and I was very impressed during the prosthesis chapter. But you managed to broaden it across scale, so that was really good. I'm gonna ask you, like in that sense, how do you differentiate between different programs where you're, like you're clustering, you're aggregating these clusters together, and then you're showing us, like it feels like different type of aggregation, but I feel like that was the moment that you really had a chance to, bring back the language, merge it in different ways, and propose different iterations. So is there anywhere where it kind of like becomes more evident? Yeah, I think like maybe if this is the image, I also still feeling it's not enough. And I agree with the Alice comment that even the proliferation system could have been studied a bit deeper, and together with the city, with the configuration of the city and the plot. But yeah, that's it's something that is very easy to spot based on the fact that the design language is extremely strong, and you can immediately see the potential of it.
I would like maybe to add something in this case. I think we could all agree on that, on these comments, but in the same time, it's very difficult when you have a team of two people that have completely different styles to make them go through this journey always like in the very specific way where the styles fit together. And in a way, I mean, it is different, but maybe they didn't articulate so well the structure of the city. And if you maybe also go to the cosmogony level, and everything is very different, but in a way, this difference through this network, or maybe the kinesis image with the network, like the bigger city level, yeah. Everything is very unique again. So it creates a bridge between the one and the other in a very strange, but then in the same time, very nice way. So I think in their case, it's just a little bit more about articulation and maybe overall design, graphics representation that could have been more cohesive, but not so much as the design itself that is disturbing. I think it's actually still a really good job, because they also redid a lot of their previous designs, like for different chapters, and they're the only team that managed to do that in the last month because they wanted to fit it together and they wanted to make it even more cohesive. And maybe they didn't do, you know, the perfect outcome, but I think for the time that they had, also both of them knowing completely different softwares and having completely different backgrounds, and then needing to learn the other ones so they can actually keep up with each other. So I think at the end, you know, they deserve congratulations for the really hard work they've put in this project. And it's really, I mean, everyone needs could have done more if they had more time, right? But we don't. We just have the time we have.
Yeah, that's true.
So thank you.
Congratulations.
Maybe
Really good
one. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So maybe one thing I wanted to say about this kind of project, especially when you go to this kind of urban scale, what would help is to really look at the references and study them deeply when you're talking about urban design, and find, let's say, this, especially when you look at like large cities, you can find all of these special places. And I think also when you work in teams, it also helps that they find their own, they can find, each one can find their own place in that city and kind of differentiate it, that so that they study it, so that, and then they bring it together. That's kind of also a power of the team. But also, especially with like young urban designers, as I was saying, it's kind of really important to look at the references. And I think here in the middle, it looks quite interesting, and you can see a lot of variation, and you could have studied a lot of these kind of interesting places that can be created by this kind of aggregations, and then find out what are their particularities, and then kind of take them further, or kind of explore them also towards the end, or some of the branches, to differentiate some of the branches. There's also in the theory of urbanism a few radial projects, and I think usually what they do, for example, even in the Copenhagen, it has this kind of 5-finger strategy that was done in this kind of radial way, and then there, every finger ideally should have had like a different identity somehow. But these are kind of design strategies when you're talking about urban scale, and then you can just try to research more in these, and then build your visual and your critical library somehow, and that will help you in the next chapters of your career.
Yes, and I articulate better what you've actually researched, because they've done research, unfortunately not really visible in this presentation.
May I add something?
Yeah, of course, go for it.
Okay, so it's interesting to me that, you know, it's not just like procedural modeling or something. I think they have taken to ZBrush, which is like, you know, they have their own idiosyncrasy, they have their own style of sculpting, etc. So I think it stands out. But yeah, in some points I see some kind of, you know, complete dichotomy, like, you know, two different entities. Somehow unity could have been maintained through textures or colors. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, it may not be, you know, the same regular thing, you know, or the patterns or something replicating all over your project. That would be very stereotypical though. But somehow unity could have been bought, I guess. But yeah, I think amazing work, amazing research, definitely. Yeah, I think some parts of the project are missing details, I guess, like the housing units.
Yes, that's true. But it's also important to consider like the poly count in these aggregations. So
right.
But
no windows.
Actually, yeah.
There is light. There is light.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so don't worry about
let's not go into
replicating the same patterns.
Let's see what I think we have this pattern on the American issue.
No, it need not be patterns, you know. I mean, unity can be bought in many ways. It can be bought with textures, colors, probably the forms. it need not be the same thing. I mean, things can be complementing each other actually. So I think that way it is more or less interesting. But I think slightly, it's going a little off. But I think good work, definitely. It's fresh. I see a very good balance of procedural modeling plus, your physical hand touch to it, which is these strokes cannot be replicated. Maybe I tried and I might not get this, similar strokes. So that's very specific to you, very idiosyncratic. So it's interesting to me.
Well done, guys. Very impressive work. Well done. Really amazing. Super proud of you. Super excited for the next challenges to come and for the next designs for you. It's been wonderful to have you on the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it has been a difficult journey, but congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now we can continue with team A9, Abdullah.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Khan, and I'm here to talk about my project, Energy Transmutation. In this project, I have been exploring energy transmutation systems across various scales. Energy can be described as an emergent property of the universe, where life can be seen as an emergent property of matter, and matter an emergent property of energy. As humans, we steadily, through experimental observation and empirical evidence, gained a greater ability to harness and transmutate energy. Indeed, this process is accelerating with our very evolution. Kardashev, with his Kardashev scale, predicted that a civilization's advancement can be seen through its total energy consumption. Indeed, as we expand through the solar system, our path is on the way to deploying technologies that harness energy in different ways, whether it be colonization of outer space or mineral extraction from asteroids. Humans themselves are energy reservoirs and generators. And so a suit was designed that seeks to address the energy balance of the body using energy transmutation. I wanted to explore the viability of human habitation in outer space and on Mars, a topic that invokes both excitement and skepticism. With extended missions on the International Space Station, we have also made great strides in understanding how the human body reacts to the adverse conditions and microgravity of space. The main power source was the body itself, relying on fuel cells placed on the body to generate energy from within the body itself. Similar to how an automatic watch uses the movement of the wrist to unlock potential energy to power itself. Humans are particularly vulnerable to any environment that is not Earth-like. Lack of gravity causes bones to weaken, muscle to atrophy, and vitals to fall in performance. A prosthesis system was developed based on research into sports science, based on a system called combined thermal and muscular stimulation, where electrodes are used to gently stimulate muscle contraction and stimulation, alongside gentle heat stimulation to aid recovery or enhance muscle hypertrophy, allowing greater performance and lessen muscle loss in microgravity environments. A collection of electrodes was populated across the primary muscles of the body, and a network of wires, which is electrically and thermally conductive, was connected to the electrodes. The physical body once catered to with a minimally invasive intervention, allowing the body's adaptive mechanisms to heal itself and achieve a more balanced energy efficiency. The inner layer of the prosthesis is enforced itself, forming a Faraday cage to shield from radiation, with an exoskeletal system on top of which lies a system of artificial muscles. These artificial muscles can contract and relax and provide artificial strength to the wearer. The combination of elements in our prosthesis will enable sustained and extended Mars habitation while shielding from the worst effects of microgravity, solar radiation, while also enhancing the body's adaptive capabilities. Chapter 2. The corpuscle is similarly catered to the human body with a multi-layered system. But before we consider the questions of habitat, we must first consider the site. Valles Marineris is a canyon system along the equator of Mars. The Grand Valley extends over 3,000 kilometers long, spans as much as 600 kilometers across, and delves as much as 8 kilometers deep. By comparison, the Earth's Grand Canyon is 800 kilometers long, 30 kilometers across, and 1.8 kilometers deep. In fact, the extent of Valles Marineris is as long as the United States, and it spans about 20% of the entire distance around Mars. And so in Corpuscle, a series of tiles was developed and tested on a series of minimal surfaces using the Grasshopper plugin Pufferfish. These tiles would propagate across any surface with any given thickness. A layered system was developed to envelope our corpuscle in protective mechanisms, given our structural considerations, which required pressurized interiors, as well as strong 3D printed outer shell made of regolith or surface rock of the planet of Mars. And so with the combination of tiles and a multi-layered approach, Corpuscle would encompass our habitation, providing protection from the elements. Furniture could be 3D printed using materials found on site, which can be seen in the interiors. The form is inspired from the neurons that serve the purpose of energy transmutation via synapses. Once the shape was determined, the neuron shape was modified to incorporate the layers and resemble the parts from the next chapter, amalgamation. The site in 3D, courtesy of NASA, was imported and using a Grasshopper plugin known as Anemone, a field of lines was generated across the surface of the canyon. And later these lines were manually isolated to the area with the greatest concentration of water so that infrastructure to harvest this water could be deployed. A system of parts was envisioned and deployed, in which the different polygonal part structures played different roles inside our aggregation. A set of rules was developed in which the various parts could connect to each other in a logical way, connecting public spaces to stations and viewing platforms, and consolidating living areas and storage to connect to these public spaces. A mesh constraint was applied so that these parts would follow the surface. Using yet another Grasshopper plugin called WASP, the field parts and rules were plugged into a field-driven aggregator in conjunction with the mesh constraint to arrange our aggregation across the surface of the canyon. These aggregations could be endlessly repeated by the rule set provided. The result is an aggregation that conforms to the field, avoids the surface, and follows the growth rule set. Chapter 4, Kinesis. Developing a transportation network involved assessing the conditions on Mars a little more carefully. These are harsh conditions, 38% of Earth's gravity, 4% of Earth's air pressure on the surface, as well as raging winds and dust storms. Vehicles, both public and private, had to account for these conditions. The aerodynamics of these vehicles becoming a major factor. The private vehicle, capable of seating 4, was designed in an inverted airfoil shape, like an upside-down wing, to create downforce and stick it to the ground with increasing wind speed, instead of creating lift. The rover was designed to explore and scout the surface, and so had docking stations with ramps connecting the surface to the public stations. The train itself was also designed for maximum speed and efficiency. Deploying a magnetic maglev system for two-way movement across the railway network. It can seat 20 per passenger compartment. This public vehicle, the high-speed magnetic train, runs inside a network of tunnels connecting the rail station component of the public spaces to each other. A rail network was generated in Houdini by connecting a series of points, which was the connection points of the rail stations into a series of polylines to create the transportation network. And so the aggregation of the kinetic network with the parts aggregated from amalgamation led to the deployment of such a system. Chapter 5, Cosmogony. The next stage of evolution of our habitable aggregation on Mars is to ensure resources for its sustenance. In this chapter, multiple maps were analyzed to extract meaningful resource data about the area. This data was input into a grasshopper component known as nuclei, which stimulates the network growth. Once allowed to propagate with our resources set as food, the multiple resource channels are brought to light, and using the previous WASP-driven aggregation to propagate across these new channels, habitation can be spread across the terrain in places of abundant resources. We'll look into these maps briefly and analyze in detail. The first map is our existing three-dimensional map of Valles Marineris. It is analyzed according to height, and its output is a voxel map, where white is the lowest terrain and smoothest terrain, and black is the higher, more jagged elevations. We continue with a recent discovery of water, large amounts of water on the subsurface of the canyons of Mars. According to this study, we were able to isolate the area with the greatest potential for water extraction. And so with this as our starting point, the area can be propagated based on water availability. The second map is extracted from a scientific paper, the image of which was joined into our voxel field. Since the data in this map is encoded by color and the scale is an arbitrary collection of colors, the image was overlaid over a 3D mesh, and using a script developed using C#, analyze the color of each pixel on the voxel map and assign a value based on the scale of colors provided. The output of the script was a map where white is the region of abundant water and black where there is little water to be found. This voxel field is then merged and blended with the first height map to determine the lowest areas with most water. And finally, the third map shows resources in the area. Hematite or iron ore is shown in blue, and kaiserite sulfate is represented in red, and polyhydrated sulfate is represented in green. The mining of these resources would yield a host of life-sustaining materials: air, rocket fuel, and steel for construction. The mineral map is once again overlaid onto our canyon and the color data extracted and set as food for the growth network, which soon finds the shortest and most efficient path to these mineral sources. These three colors, or mineral classes, are assigned their own network. Since these mineral networks do not require many living spaces and are mostly resource channels, the rule set for the field-driven aggregation was changed to only propagate with pipelines and maintenance hubs instead of an entire host of public and living spaces. As new resources locations come to light, their locations could be input as food into the growth network and allow the relevant parts to aggregate to it. And so we find a self-sustaining habitat with resource extraction and processing to allow it to continue sustaining human exploration into space. And this is a large-scale image of the entire valley showing the entire mineral map populated. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you so much. It's great to see the project coming together. Again, a solo team. I think you've done an amazing progress like throughout the whole academic year, and I'm actually very happy to see that like you incorporated a lot of the workflows and the logics behind every move you were making. So I really appreciate you taking us through this journey and explaining exactly like what is what the process was for you, how it you know, like how did you take these decisions, what did you actually use in order to achieve them, right? So I think that like from that standpoint, like it really like helped us understand and like you know, like get to understand the project and the logic behind it. Again, like there is a missing link in connection between some of the project and, you know, like the designs that were achieved throughout, especially when we're talking about how the prosthesis, like it's a little bit like alien, like in materiality, and also like how it connects like with the rest of the project. But overall, like I think that like as you know, like we were saying, the most important thing is like what you're taking from the program and how this is going to actually help you take the next steps. So I'm very proud like of your progress, regardless if, you know, like if everything was like looks perfect, like it's still like something that like, you know, it's going to be very useful for your journey. And it was really exciting to have you on board.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think really great project. I think your strength came really in your cosmogony chapter, where you were taking us through all the steps that you took to locate a particular site and to locate the network. I think that was really good. I was just wondering if you considered like in your previous chapters of corpuscle and the city network, the transportation network, I was just wondering if you considered the amount of radiation that Mars receives, and because to my knowledge, the best habitat on Mars would be to build underground, whereas we are going overground, and also in your kinesis transportation unit, you have like this really huge glass. I was just wondering, like, because avoiding radiation on Mars is one of the major concerns of living on Mars. So just wondering if you thought about that.
Yes, yes, that had been considered, and that hadn't really been put into action until chapter 5, where we were able to, I was able to kind of grow inside the shadowy part of the canyon here, so to speak.
Okay.
And the remaining site from chapter 4 is somewhere over here. Again, the primary concern at that point was the water, getting as close as possible to the water underneath. And so at that point, the initial growth was following the water, even though it was more susceptible to radiation. But the idea was to eventually grow into the canyon where there would be less radiation. So yes, that had been considered, although put into effect much later.
Cool.
Hi, Abdullah. Good to see how the project evolved. I think, like in general, like I mean, the overall feeling is like you've learned a lot in the master. Like went through a lot of different skills. I think, you know, like the next step will be to kind of bring a bit of consistency between the chapters. Like if we had a bit more time, like at the moment, it's like almost like separated projects, each of the chapters. But the important thing is like, you know, the way you were communicating today, like you took us through the journey, and, you know, like it's just a matter of having now the extra time to now go back to the previous chapters and actually connect them all. Like, but, you know, like I think like internally you went through that process when you were preparing this presentation, and then you took us through the process as well when you were presenting. So I think that's was very good to hear, like the connection between the chapters for you. For me, I will have like different comments. Like obviously, I think like right now when you zoom in your mega cluster, like let's say whether you are situated on top of the cliff or on the valley, or whether you are more exposed or less exposed, the kind of articulation of your living units, they are the same. Like like if you see here in terms of the pattern, or like you could say like in terms of the openings, like let's say like the site, once you locate your project, could have been an opportunity as well to further articulate some of those units. I know, like when we were jumping into like larger scale, we didn't, like the focus was not on those living units anymore. But I think like would have been like when I see that image, like it would have been a lot more rich in like if you were to implement some of those different patterns that you were studying in the corpus course, the chapter, or maybe just like a gradient and variation on different things. So a bit kind of connected to your kind of study of like the location, like where to grow these units, but also like how that location affects the units themselves. So it's a bit like connecting back the loop to feed your initial concept. But yeah, other than that, like congratulations to close this chapter. And yeah, any thoughts on what you're gonna do with the master after this?
Well,
any plans?
Yes, I definitely do want to explore more, how should I say, tangible or physical objects, materiality, materials, different materials. I kind of enjoy the constraints that the material world puts on fabrication and production of any things, and nothing against the digital space, but I kind of very much enjoy creating physical objects and dealing with physical artifacts, so to speak, whether it be architecture or product design or or beyond. Definitely, my horizons have been opened, and so I'm definitely looking at multiple industries and types of physical objects. So yeah, look forward to exploring that after this program is done.
Like Abdullah.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, so thank you so much, Abdullah. Great progress. I will move on to the next team. Thank you, guys.
Yes, I can add something. Sorry, I just couldn't handle Zoom. So suddenly it was too much. Abdullah, congratulations. I know it's been a very, very tough journey for you, and you're the one person to really dig very deep into research, but I think you managed to really improve and, also go above and beyond and fight for, this cohesiveness and aesthetics that, we've always worked towards. And I think you're on the right path, and it's whatever you're taking from all of this is going to be very helpful in the future for sure, no matter if in the physical or digital world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you as well. All right. Next we have team A5, Kirk.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Kirk. I'm an architecture student based in Scotland. So the title of the project is Hermine. The project started off by assuming the existence of a supreme mind, which has the ability to gain all form of knowledge of the universe. Prosthesis investigated the supreme body, the supreme mind gaining the knowledge of an animal, and the supreme body modified its anatomy to fit its needs. Specifically, prosthesis has studied the intervention of the lower body and have studied the anatomy of the ostrich. To understand how to run faster, an ostrich utilizes several properties. So like a metronome, depending on where the muscle massing is placed, the frequency swing will change. And depending on the number of fulcrums, it changes the conditions between levers and pulleys, and therefore changing the overall condition of energy efficiency as well. Ostrich also has long tendons. Tendons are joints between muscle and bones. Tendons are like spring, they carry potential elastic energy. So when the ostrich runs and bounces off the ground, energy is stored within the long tendon, allowing it to run faster, jump higher, and run more efficiently. So this studies has been used to intervene the prosthesis body. You can see the exaggerated proportion between the upper body and lower body, the thick thighs, and the soft, thin shins and feet. Couple skull started off by investigating two geometrical conditions, minimal surface and truncated octahedrons. Firstly, both are modular in nature, and secondly, they carry favorable geometrical properties, such as high surface to volume ratio, and minimal surface are efficient in structural efficiency. Visually, they contrast each other in hard and soft. The corpuscle geometrical logic started off from a singular unit and aggregated into larger scales that deform, crack, offset, and the massing system are joined by minimal surfaces condition, creating a contrast between hard and soft massing and connected system. The geometry is then elaborated at an architectural level, forming a massing system, skeletal system, structural system, allowing and the duality between the two conditions is visually expressed in both plan and section, having the hard edges element contrasting against the soft elements. And the tri-dimensional nature of the geometry lends to blurring between the relationship of wall, floor, and ceiling, hence creating a sort of anti-gravity spatial experience. The relationship between the connectors and the massing system is further elaborated as atoms. Atoms and their conditions will be explored in the amalgamation chapter. Every shape carries inherent properties. There's a reason why Sasan triangle and a reason why solar can be cylindrical. And how it influences structure is best example by the difference between diamond and graphite. Despite diamond and graphite both being an element of carbon, graphite is extremely malleable and diamond is extremely strong. And the difference in that is that diamond is a shape that's formed by tri-dimensional triangle shape, which is the tetrahedron, and graphite are layered two-dimensionally as hexagonal patterns, and therefore can slide off each other very easily. Therefore, there's incentive to favor the tetrahedral arrangement as a guide for growth, and the patterns are perceived from different perspectives, and we can see patterns of cross and orthogonal from a condition A, which is favoring an upright cube condition, and orientating at the upright tetrahedron from the plane section, we perceive patterns of triangulation. And from these two orientation, we can get patterns of cubes, cross, Y-shaped, triangle, and hexagonal. And this becomes rules for the generative process, allowing it to generate various complexity and scale. At the macro scale, the site is to be located in Iceland. In order to sustain the supreme body and supreme mind, it assumed huge amount of energy is required. So amalgamation is a power plant that extract heat from a geothermal power plant, extract energy from the earth core, geothermal energy. The reason in picking geothermal is that it has second highest efficiency and yet secondary to nuclear, but yet not having the environmental pollution negativity. And the volcano chosen to be intervened is Green Volcan volcano. The volcano site is first investigated through solar analysis. This would dictate the placement of massing. The living elements would be prioritized along the sun, and the working element would be secondary prioritized behind the shape. And to compensate for being a shape, the working element can stretch vertically, and the living element can be further stretched horizontally to maximize sunlight gain. In order to unify the micro and macro conditions, growth is also observed. Growth is not random. They're dictated by the presence of positive and negative agents, such that in plants, there's the idea of tropism, responding to its water and responding to its sun, responding to its gravity. And the placement of the massing system helps dictates the position of the mass. And the growth between the micro elements is dictated by the tetrahedral element. And by controlling the various mathematical rules for the generative process, we can favor an upright cube on an upright tetrahedral. And to combine the two conditions, we can then express the duality relationship between sun and shade, between working and living, and between the upright cube and upright tetrahedral, creating a sort of a hybrid atomic arrangement, DLA hybrid system. The grid system forms an equivalent architecture grid, points establishing reference points and reference lines. And the elements from coupled spheres is used to replace them. The truncated octahedron approximate sphere and therefore approximate a point. The connector unit approximate a line and therefore replaces the curve. And a third condition is also introduced that blends between the two, which is the truncated octahedron set against a curve. And these elements are then used to flavor the site and to having made minor and major system, and having this curved element stretches, unifies the system as a whole. These are the perspective renderings. The massing units are given variation through scale, through arrangeability, detachability, and deformability. The living element is stretched horizontally, while the working element is stretched vertically. In chapter 4, a network is formed between the volcanoes, underground, and the earth core in order to extract more energy. The logic is that upper massing system is used to reference into the lower ground, and these positions would then be connected through a generative process inspired by sliding logic. And these network curves are converted into volumes, converted into negative spaces to be extracted, to be carved from underground, forming network for kinesis vehicle to travel. The vehicles are envisioned to swim in lava, and to counteract the heat of the lava, logic inspired by beetle, which has the ability to collect water on its back for consumption and hydration purposes studied. So the beetle has a black shell that's articulated with bumps and surfaces of hydrophilic and hydrophobic. Hydrophilic is surfaces that collects water. Hydrophobic are surfaces that pushes water. And over time, through condensation, water will then form blobs onto its shell, allowing it to consume for hydration purposes, despite being in very, very dry land. And this relationship between bump and flat, hydrophilic and hydrophobic, is re-expressed by the mass and its condenser plate. These plates will then be connected into tubes, and the tubes will feed water into the body of the vehicle, forming a network system more different than the sweat and transpiration gland of animals and plants. And the design visual language follows the same massing, connector, soft, and hard. The public vehicle is a further elaboration at the greater scale, having internal organ that serve to store spaces for storage, and the spine structure that carries the vehicle. The proportion of the spine is deliberately pinched to visually express the luggage beneath it, the load and luggage beneath it, creating a sort of hunchback proportion. The amalgamation, the scale of the volcano explores of volcano scale. At cosmogony, volcano is explored at the national scale. The unique identity of Iceland is such that it's located between tectonic cracks, lending to frequent volcanic activities. And as in the case of tropism, and in the case of the poles of water and heat, maps of Iceland are collected to show the availability of resources around the land, and they are categorized according to elements that contribute to heat and elements that contribute to water. And these elements are then placed in reference to the position of volcanoes. The closer to its goals, the greater its fitness value. And through that, you can then dictate a fitness system for each volcano, and they are visually expressed through the size of the field. The greater size, the greater its fitness value, the greater its capability to dominate and influence the landscape. In order to join the various resources, generative network, network developed is used to connect, inspired by Slimer, is used to connect the various resources. Connecting points between volcanoes, connecting between the peaks, connecting between the rivers and water, and connecting the conditions of heat flow. These conditions are explored at an individual level and gradually overlay on top of each other to achieve an overall complex network system. The massing unit obeys the same rule as the amalgamation unit in favor of sun and disfavoring shade. And those that favor the sun will be vertically stretched, and those whose favor shade, facing the shade, will be vertically stretched. And this logic is layered across the maps and used to dictate position, stretch, and the scale of the massing units. This is the final map as developed from various conditions. I will now play the video.
Oh, we can see anything.
Yes, you have to reshare maybe.
Sorry?
You have to reshare, maybe we don't see the video.
All right.
We see mirror.
Can you see now?
Yes. No sound though.
Thank you for your time. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Kirk. Such an interesting project. Thank you so much, like for pushing hard and getting everything together for today. It's very exciting. I'm especially intrigued by your research and ability to look into nature and gain an insight and apply this to your designs. I'm also very intrigued, to be honest, by your vehicles, and especially the one that is like the public transportation one. It's just such a strong design, so unique, like, right, like, and everything really it's coming together. You're looking at these different pieces, but they are very cohesive, and I'm happy to see like exactly like the full story, the full board coming in, and it really reflects in a way like who you are and the way that you design and you think. So really well done with this. My only comment would be like for the future, you know, like as designers, we're always struggling with time, like definitely like, you know, continuing to improve and continuing to work on your time management skills, because like, I know it's like you want everything to be perfect, and to be honest, like it is beautiful and it is like really well done. But it's like a matter also like of, you know, navigating like this aspect of, you know, design too. But thank you so much, Juan. It's really being a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi, if
Yeah.
I may cut in, sorry, I don't know if there's already another, but I just want to jump in and say really great work. I think the graphics are really amazing. One thing that I really appreciate is how clear every concept for every chapter has been. So your narrative was, I think, well presented. My only comment that is something that it's only, I think we're only realizing this, you know, when we see the final work, that would be that when you keep developing things, it's always good to like take a step back to see what are or how are we weaving in together all the many different concepts, you know, into like one, let's say, cohesive final work. Not to say that yours isn't, but I think one thing that I would have liked to see is a little bit more of like how, let's say, the ostrich, right, could have maybe informed some of like the later chapters, or how, you know, a little bit of like this concepts, rather than being chapter 1, chapter 2, you know, could have bled in a little bit more between one another. But other than that, you know, very strong, I think, overall graphics. Like the design also looks really good for every chapter. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirk. I basically agree with the comments of Pavlina. It is a really interesting project. I like a lot all the research that you have done. It makes the project really powerful. And my favorite part, as Pavlina mentioned, also are the vehicles. The design is it's really powerful there.
Can we
Thank you
zoom
so
in a
much.
little bit more? Yeah, like
Yeah, the kinesis
kind
part it's very strong in my opinion, but also the whole project. And yeah, you could zoom in the kinesis. Thank you so much for all the hard work.
If I may jump with a few words as well, I want to say that I really enjoy how you explore different concepts from mathematics and science and the physical world. And I think that's what makes your project cohesive. Although we have different concepts in it, they have something in common. And I can see that you are following a really straight and clear logic all the way in your project, and I think it's it's about architectural projects from comparing with the others. And once more, I have one small comment and one question to ask. First, that the kinesis part, the spine that we are looking here, really reminds me of the bug from Alien versus Predator. Maybe just me, but it's a small impression that I had.
That is the
yeah. And also, please explain to me the name of our project. What does it mean?
Cosmonauts. It's actually developed by my previous partner. It means mind wandering. The mind is wandering.
The mind is wandering.
Yeah, mind, like, because the narrative started off from the mind being to gain all knowledge of the universe. So like the mind's wandering everywhere.
Okay. That's awesome. That makes it even more better, because I can see how your mind was wandering through all those different concepts that you managed to incorporate in it. So great job, and it was a pleasure working with you. And I think you have a really bright future as an architect and computational designer.
Personally, like I have something to say. Like I know that like project should be visually coherent, every project, but because if you want everything to visually be coherent, you lack the opportunity to express other geometry. Like you're forced to use the same self-logic over and over again. So from a narrative coherency point of view, that makes sense, but from an explorative point of view, it's actually limiting. Yeah, and also thanks to the institution with Pavlina and everyone.
You have a point, Juan, and I think that like from my perspective, like you were, like it's interesting, like that we were just explaining like what your project means, right? Because it has to do a lot with like you are, in my opinion, visually you are cohesive, right? Like I think that like because like you're using like the same materiality, like very much like the languages like build on each other, and I think that like you were very, you know, like strong-minded about that. Like you didn't go into, you know, like you weren't sidetracked by the design process itself or the softwares. Of course, like it's a learning process, but you were very clear of what you wanted to do, and you were very strong about like exactly like the opportunity to look into different geometries. And for me, like this project is very, very strong. It's just like for me, the lost opportunity was like, you know, like having the ability like to, you know, like have you like just like have a more like streamlined process throughout the whole program, and like for you basically like to get the opportunity like to just manage your time better. But other than that, like the project itself and the way that you're explaining it and the visuals are very strong. You just like, you know, like there is more opportunities like for you to grow as a designer, because it's not only about like the design, right? And we are talking about these things, right? Like soft skills. How do you communicate with, you know, others? How do you manage time? Like these are essential parts. So that's why like we're also like, you know, like talking about them. But I think that your point like about like the exploratory opportunities is very valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think with your project exploring the duality of the soft and the hard geometrical side, or the whole journey, and you kind of managed to have this, you know, gap where you can actually explore much more different geometries, which you actually did. I would like to say congratulations for overcoming yourself. And you have an incredibly logical mind, but sometimes it stays in the way. So work on that. Otherwise, amazing project, you know it. So keep on going.
Thank you.
Kirk, hi.
Hi, sure.
Hi. So I've been enjoying your presentation lately, and it's amazing. You know, I would say, you know, it's very impressive. The research part is very impressive to me, and you know, I see research in very minute of the details. It's very impressive to me. One thing I would like to say is, I think this is one of the best presentations to me. I mean, if it's like complete according to Pavlina or I don't know. I mean, they'll be talking about some time management issues. So, keeping those things aside, I'd say I definitely like this thing. I mean, there's a lot of math and science into it. I think this is how computational design works actually. You know, you need to have, you know, a broader spectrum of knowledge so that you can incorporate those things into your design. So this is how it works. Yeah, and I also understand, you know, from Pavlina's point that, you know, we often become very ambitious, and then we want to achieve so many things in a limited time frame. So I think maybe you should work on those things. But otherwise, you know, the knowledge-wise, the level of detailing, I think it's amazing. Very impressive to me.
Thank you.
Very, very impressive. Very proud of you.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. And also, you know, you should keep this thing and then somehow try to keep this kind of a unity. Like, when I'm trying to talk about unity, it's about making it feel like this all belongs to one single project. This could be achieved in many ways, though. It could be achieved with color, probably texture, and some patterns. Are you understanding what I'm trying to do? I'm talking about unity.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So maybe you can just work on those things, okay? But I don't again mean that you just have to take a similar pattern and replicate all across your projects, all across multiple chapters you've been dealing with. So I want to do that. This is amazing to me, very impressive. Maybe you just have to work on those things. Very minute actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it from my side.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, everyone. Any more comments or questions?
Look, also I would like to suggest maybe don't show all these things very direct. Maybe this can be slightly subliminal. Are you trying to understand what I'm trying to say as subliminal? It need not be direct. It's like visually you can see something and your mind tries to connect with something, a field of knowledge which is already existing.
Right.
Don't try to make things very direct. It can be a little wording off to people. People might not like very raw things. Something like the skeleton, etc. It could be slightly subliminal.
I would try.
And I personally like what you're doing, but I'm just talking about a wider spectrum of people for a wider acceptance. If you look at Zahadi architects, they have a very bizarre, design language. It's been very inspiring. How can we miss out Zaha? Very inspiring lady. Things have been a little subliminal from their side. I think that is why they have a very massive success financially, and then they're doing amazing projects. Although you see, very wider, different design languages, and yet you can still say it's from ZHA architects again. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, when they're trying to say about like fluid, it's not exactly fluid. It's like subdivision modeling, which makes you subliminally feel that it's organic model. It's like inspired by fluids, etc. It may not be very direct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Amazing. I see a very amazing future for you. If you can just work on a few things.
Thanks. Thank you for that. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. We can continue with our last team for the day, A3, Anthony and Daman.
Hello.
Hello.
Right, let's do this. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Anthony, and I have with me Aman. And today we're excited to share with you Codex Recreo, a revised manuscript. In this master's program, we wanted to explore the possibility of a parallel world where humanity evolves into a self-sufficient entity. The mode of this simulation takes the universe as we know it and iterates the main ingredients in which a world is created. The function of growth is a regenerative process that compiles efficiency to sustain a universal architecture. Our suspicions have led us to conclude that there is a correlation with the process in which our species has evolved to the modern-day human. This has inspired us to explore a new model of evolution and existence through computational design. In this system, we created a symbiote. Similar to carbon, the symbiote spurs life to a new synthesized humanoid with the intervention of multiple external stimuli, such as radiation, atmospheric pressure, and fusion. As a synthesized unit strives to survive in this world, a class of civilization comes to existence. The first class is the forager, which tracks and collects resources. This unit evolves into an agronomist, which grows and multiplies resources. The agronomist eventually learns how to alter these resources and thus evolves into an alchemist. These alchemists forge the building blocks for the fourth and final stage of evolution, which is the ephemeral. The ephemerals build structures, and that is where they spend the final days of their life before this whole evolutionary process is repeated. In prosthesis, we will go over the evolutionary process of the first two main classes in this civilization. We began our exploration by designing base meshes that would best represent growth and the main functionalities of our prosthetics. Eventually, we locked in the concept of evolving our symbiote along the body and dove into our first class of humanoids. The forager undergoes 4 generations of evolution. Throughout this process, foragers first develop tracking sensors for scanning their environment, followed by a resource collection unit on the back and detection sensors on the extremities. As they reach the final generation, the forager prepares itself for the next phase of evolution by developing preliminary capsules for the storage and mobility of resources.
At the next class, we have the agronomist, which undergoes 3 generations of evolution with the help of the growth catalyst. His evolution yields a focus on mobile storage and resource reproduction. An extended symbiote is found on the back, as well as an array of different capsules. Cleansing, transforming, healing, and repairing are some of the main functionalities of these prosthetics that are key for the evolution in the society. With this prosthetic evolution, abilities are also evolving with the units, such as scanning and collection for the foragers. And meanwhile, for the agronomists, they evolve growth and transformation abilities with their capsules. Here, we see the final visual of the final forms of the forager as well as the agronomist.
Guys, I think that like you have a bar on top, maybe it's like the zoom bar. We see it as gray, but then it's cutting off your images. Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh, how do I remove it?
Just move it or minimize it so it's smaller.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't notice that.
It's still there.
Still there.
What?
Yeah, it's just the zoom.
I can't see
yeah,
it.
better at the bottom.
Okay, is that better?
But to
Yeah.
share the screen, not only the window.
Okay, let's try it like this. Is that better?
Yes, great.
Okay, cool. So our corpuscle takes place in an environment similar to that of the Proterozoic eon, given the primordial timestamp of our concept. Oh my God, what happened? Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened now.
No, don't worry about it.
No
But
worries.
yeah, the bar is still down, and we can see like, the zoom bar itself. So
It's very weird.
yeah.
I don't know why I can't hide it. Hide name. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
just put
just
it.
take a few seconds and just yeah.
Hide floating meeting controls. There we go. Is that better?
Now it's in the middle as a gray bar. So just move it as a gray. Ah, okay.
Yes.
There we go.
Great.
There we go. Okay, so corpuscle. Let's go. In this chapter, we aim to represent growth of our corpuscle in parallel with its corresponding class. Foragers begin to collect resources and dig through the ground, storing their catalysts. As they evolve into the agronomist, they build capsules for further replication and growth of symbiote. In the alchemist stage, we see more sections for fusing catalysts. Ephemerals build vertically out of the ground, blooming upwards and outwards, yielding multiple levels of elevation. We were inspired a lot by growth algorithms and some natural occurring phenomena, like anthills and branching. In this diagram, we showcase the inspiration for each section in our corpuscle. The branching that starts from the forager, the growth in our agronomist section, erosion towards the alchemist, and blooming at the ephemerals. In this exploded diagram, we showcase the different evolutionary stages of our corpuscle, moving counterclockwise until we reach the ephemeral class. Our corpuscle is in constant motion, propagating downwards, leveling back to ground level, and sprouting upwards.
And the diagram on the right showcases different zoomed-in spaces which are present inside the corpuscle, all the way from the forager class to the ephemerals. In terms of the sectional plan, the corpuscle is made sure to allocate different spaces for each of the classes, as you can see in the diagram, with purple being for the forager, the green for the agronomist, orange for the alchemist, and the yellow for the ephemeral. On the right, we showcase some of the sections of our spaces which highlight the different complexities as the corpuscle evolves from its earlier stages to the latter. Next, we have the final checkpoint of the ephemeral zone along with a symbiotic chair, which we designed as a furniture piece. And this one is the earliest checkpoints in the corpuscle where the forager is at crossroads to evolve into the agronomist. Next is the checkpoint of the agronomist zone where the growth capsules are placed. Now coming to a macro scale, we see the corpuscle from a far distance and some of the details which have been attached onto the facades. And finally, here we see a more clear image of our corpuscle.
Maintaining the synergy between civilization and the environment, we take this notion one step further through amalgamation, highlighting the importance of organic expansion. We began by looking at recursion and growth systems that are present in our real world and utilize these ideas in our design. The symbiote is scattered onto a terrain based on light direction and slope angle. We then used the result reclustering to initiate the forager's starting points across the terrain. From these starting points, we aggregated in the direction of symbiotic flow, giving way for the agronomist units. Proximity-based clustering was then the approach we used to determine our blooming vertical connections. Our overall design underwent many iterations, finding connection points between multiple corpuscle and attempting to elaborate further on our corpuscle system. To better explain this, we have sequenced the phase on a timeline that spans across about 150 years. Symbiotes are grown. Foragers' starting points begin from clustered areas, aggregating in the symbiotic direction. Agronomist units deploy their greenhouses. This is followed by the start of road network excavations, connecting multiple colonies. Alchemist phase is later reached, and we begin to experience the ephemeral bloom, as well as laid out road structures. The byproduct of this interconnected system eventually yields our public spaces. Let's have a look now at the road system and aggregational flow analysis.
Now, starting off on the barren land, we had symbiotes which were scattered, through which we found opportunities to build around them. From the analysis, we found that we were able to segregate public spaces, find spaces to build, and in addition, the symbiotic fields, all based off from the quantity of the symbiotic scatter. And finally, here we see a glimpse of how the city evolves from the forager and the agronomist, which is the phase one. And as the city progresses, the other two classes grow in phase two. This diagram highlights the different public spaces as well as the networks that go overground and underground simultaneously. Here are some of the visuals which show the mood and the vibe of the city from the ephemeral zone perspective. And finally, showing more initial phase networks which are formed in phase one and slowly growing onto phase two as the time passes.
In Kinesis, our main goal was to showcase the importance of teleportation and how it further develops the colonies. Private vehicles acting as foraging and transport units, public vehicles as cargo haulers mobilizing the exchange of resources between colonies. In our first explorations, we looked into different means of propulsion and mobilization. We were inspired by creatures with tentacles for private vehicles. Our corpuscle system inspired the public vehicle, given our motive to showcase it as an extension of a single colony. Once our initial designs were laid down, we moved on to identifying the main components of each vehicle. Our private vehicle consists of foraging and propulsion splines in the form of tentacles at the rear, collection points connected to a healing room, and a control room right behind the engine and repair room at the front. Our public vehicle acts like a mobile greenhouse for expediting symbiote across the context. Symbiote seedlings, germination at the front, storage in the middle section, and an active greenhouse area occupied in the middle. This entire vehicle has two main control rooms, one monitoring for the climate and storage facilities, and one in the rear for steering and maneuvering the vehicle. The result is a highly functional mode of transport, which only serves to better the world and increase efficiency.
For our highly functional networks, we have three different types, namely the primary, the secondary, as well as an additional VIP road, which leads directly to the ephemeral space in the corpuscle. Now, moving on to the stations, we see the first charging station, which is for the private vehicles that function solely as a collection/deployment point where the symbiotes are stored and used to fuel the vehicles. The next type of station is our stops for the public vehicle, which is used solely for loading and unloading. Here are some of the close-ups of our two vehicles having additional exterior layers attached onto them. Next, we have an overview which highlights the road networks in more detail along with the VIP elevated road, which you can see on the top. Another visual which focuses more on how the road networks are embedded and carefully placed in the environment with the corpuscle.
The cosmogony of this parallel world replicates the patterns of subdivision we have maintained through the previous chapters. Our main intention was to connect multiple metro cities of high symbiotic densities with one another using various methods. The influence of these networks is relative to the four main classes of the simulation. As we progress into the areas of symbiotic fields, we experience more void and negative spaces, making way for more connections. Our inspiration comes from the way the universe expands and contracts at infinite levels of subdivision, be it the neural pathways in the human brain and the cosmic routes between the planetary systems and galaxies. Having a clear idea of the rules and conditions, we began our explorations with two main approaches using nuclei and grasshopper. The food approach, representing the symbiote resources, helped us develop the metro cities. Connecting these clusters, we used a topographic-based aggregation with vector fields, elevations, and symbiotic irrigations.
Now, in the first type of approach, first we go over the food-based networks, which we use to create attractor points to control the flow of the networks. And as we progress further, we were able to create and mix complex variations with altering densities. The second type of approach was done on the vector fields, which we used specifically for altering the flow based on the terrain model that we had. In this diagram, we illustrate all the layers that we have in our city. Now, from below, we have our base terrain from which we extracted a height field map to use for our vector-based approach. And later, we were able to come up with a final composition through which we extracted separate layers, which are seen in the diagram. And finally, we show the entire master plan of our planet with different color variations that represent different activities around the city, along with the primary and the secondary networks incorporated within them. Thank you so much. And now we'll be moving on to the final phase of our presentation, which is the animation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys again. Like, wow, amazing,
Wow.
amazing presentation, video, mind blown.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Exactly. Amazing, amazing work. And the video is really wow.
Thank you so much.
I
Appreciate
forgot
it.
my
It was-
comments.
No comments.
Amazing project, congratulations. I think that last time that I saw you in a presentation, you guys had like a really solid idea. You have a very cohesive, you know, project, the graphics, but I remember that back then we were missing a little bit of like the graphics. I think you guys were running out of time. So it's amazing to see, you know, what you guys really can do. I think that that video at the end really sold it. It was really amazing to see, you know, the combination of like the amalgamation, going back to the processes, but seeing somehow everything, you know, being active, and in the end seeing like the vehicles again part of like this very organic process. It's really exciting. I would say that the graphics are consistent all throughout, so you really understand, you know, kind of like the weave around the around all of the different chapters, but it's one cohesive concept all throughout that is really exciting to see. Great job, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Yeah, amazing work, guys. One thing I just noticed, because now you were able to animate also the character, and you really feel it now that, you know, they become super clunky with these.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh my
that's
God,
one.
that was so hard.
It almost feels like they look so amazing that they almost become like plants, you know, like they don't move much, like the people somehow, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, it looks really nice. The only thing maybe if I would publish your stuff is I would cut out the last shot. I think there's too many lights there, and then just like everything looks amazing, and that one is just not the best for your project. So just cut it out, and then it will be best top.
Thank you,
But
Dimitri.
amazing job. Like
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you stuck through everything, and I see that, that everything looks really nice. Yeah, no, good job.
Appreciate
Amazing.
it.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi guys. Yeah,
Hello.
just congratulations as always. Really enjoy our chapter together. I think like you know, like the narrative was great to see like how it evolved also to the city scale. I think like you guys always like a very strong graphics, you know, the visuals, and then I think it's also, I think the fact that you have a very strong story from the beginning, like it was like feeding the project, and you were also capable, right? Like that's the thing, like you were like very skilled when it comes to, you know, like articulating. It's not even like using something that you find and just get the concept. Like let's say when you don't control the tools yet, like you might actually try something and then bring the narrative from what you achieve. You actually have the capacity to have your own narrative and then look into stuff that can more or less lead into that direction, and then actually like create the tool that is exactly what you're after. So I think like that's something very strong. You're obviously very skilled, both of you, both like, you know, in terms of graphics and also in terms of like, you know, computational design. So just keep it up. Good luck. I'm sure you guys are gonna do great.
Thank you, Alejandro. Means a lot, honestly. Thank you.
A pleasure to see your project.
Yeah.
Oh, I sort of jumped into this panel. Thank you, Michael, for promoting me to panelist. I just wanted to congratulate this team, but also all the teams. Is really amazing. And also, we had kind of an introductory event at the Chicago Architecture Biennial in 2021 of a few students in this class, but I want to invite all the students in 2023 for a virtual event to present your presentations if you would like to at the Chicago Architecture Biennial. My company is a partner of the Biennial, and so I'm inviting you guys. But I also really wanted to maybe bring up this bigger conversation. There was like a comment made in the chat earlier by somebody at DesignMorphine, I'm not sure who, that not everything is architecture. And there was in response to a comment that I made about architecture. But really, I'm using the loose definition of architecture as like the complex and carefully designed structure of something, not necessarily buildings. And I think this is an important conversation, especially as we move into the metaverse and we have a further loosening of boundaries between the design disciplines. and kind of an amalgamation of the possibility to work across different scales because we're all using the same design tools. And personally, I mean, I went to school in the late 90s. So to me, like what you guys are doing was the dream of what we wanted to do, but we couldn't do it yet quite like that. Like all of us were fascinated with Greg Lynn's blobs. Like that was kind of the first generation of the use of Maya in design. And we just were all, there was kind of this Cambrian explosion of ideas that were not fully baked yet and were not actualized fully because we just did not have the technology and also the advanced kind of theoretical approach. But I think with the advent of the metaverse, and I'm one of the co-founders of Libeland Metaverse, and working with Hadid Architects and with the microstate Libeland. And we have a lot of conversations about, you know, the kinds of metaverses that are out there. So on the one hand, there are sort of more fantasy oriented and kind of gamified metaverses. That's how they're starting. We're starting more like as an enterprise metaverse that is more geared to like business to business relationships, cultural events. But I think what's going to happen over time is all of this is going to amalgamate. And all the metaverses are going to take on all the different problems of design and also of creating synergies between people. Because this is the first time when we're going to have a truly spatial or immersive web where people can relate to each other and we can capture that data and start to design things that actually respond to real interactions instead of what we're doing now. Like we're either generating something through AI or we're imagining like how people are going to interact in architecture or with products, but really we don't know. So think of the metaverse as like this complex sandbox where you can just test just about everything. So, I mean, I guess my comments are general about how to think about the design disciplines and how to start crossing those boundaries in our minds. Because I think what's happened, like in the 90s, there was kind of a fusion of working on all scales and kind of really actively trying to blur the boundary of architecture. And I think we've returned to a place where we're more fully specialized. And I think this is the time to kind of start bringing it back together through the metaverse. So thank you so much for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to make these remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Like, that's so wonderful, like for the invitation to everyone. That's amazing, like I'm sure. And yeah, thank you for actually, like I made this comment myself because, you know, like a lot of times, like people expect when they hear computational design that they'll see like very much the, you know, traditional way of displaying this kind of work. Well, we're like so much like involved into like really pushing the boundaries of what can you do with design, like actually like using computational design tools. And I think that like, I think that your point is totally valid. And like what architecture means is a totally, you know, like it's a bigger spectrum of what it is. And that's why we want to open this conversation with this master's degree. That's why it has been so important to us in DesignMorphine and our community, because we all long for something more as designers, and now this is an opportunity for us to be so powerful and connect in so many different levels and so many different opportunities. And that's why for me today, although it's a very special day, and I like, to be honest, it's a very happy day. I don't feel that this is the end like for us, because these students, they are part of our community. They are part of what we're doing. We've kept like, you know, like being part of each other's lives. We grew up together, you know, like it's 8 years with DesignMorphine already. And, you know, like some of our tutors, we've been studying together, working together throughout projects, and that's how we'll continue. So thank you so much, really, like it's really special for me.
Thank you, Daniela, very much, and also for the invitation. I think it's a great opportunity for the students to present their work next year.
I'd like to say something after Daniela when she was explaining the thing about the meta. It's funny how me and Aman, when we started this project, we weren't really thinking about the meta. We were just thinking of, we want to try and design like some sort of evolutionary thing and try to explore different materialities with computational design. And then once we started to get to amalgamation and kinesis, we realized, oh wait, I think we're creating a metaverse here, like just by putting all these rules and fiddling with design and stuff like that. And I think that's something that's really interesting in the whole meta, under the whole meta umbrella. And that's something I'm like really excited about for the near future, to see what's going to happen. And yeah, I mean, that's really cool with computational design, how we can go to these really unexplored realms in design and in this digital realm. Yeah.
And this is another theme that we see again, like this interdisciplinary like background coming together and how they feed on each other and how you have like a very unique outcome, right? Like Anthony, yourself coming from animation industry, and Aman like coming from like architecture, right? Like like this like, you know, strong bond, and how excited you were. You guys were like, you know, superpower from like, you know, from the start. So you know, like I'm really happy like to see like everything come together, because I do think that there were a little bit like some moments like that you couldn't catch up like within the year, like, or they weren't like, you know, but now it's like everything just came like so strongly together, and I'm very happy to see it. And also the explanations, right? Like the way that you were explaining the process, like you took us along with throughout this process. We understood like your logic, not only that the visuals were appealing.
Yeah, that's very important to us. We had to unfortunately cut a lot out. We wanted to say more, but yeah, I mean, it's good that you were able to get at least the kind of the thought process that we had and how we wanted to connect everything together and do this cyclic kind of for loop thing for existence. And yeah, I'm glad it came across.
On that note of cutting things out, just I want to share my screen. Get this here, because you know, for anyone that maybe doesn't know, I mean, these presentations were kind of very curated. There was a lot more work in each chapter boards, and then even more in you know, within the work in progress and like all the work that went into it. So I'm gonna let these just run on the screen while like discussion continues. But I mean, obviously I talked to all of you guys a lot. You already all know my opinions about everything. It's fantastic work, amazing work. I mean, we basically tricked you all into designing metaverses, I guess.
Basically.
I mean, we didn't even, when we made this program, we weren't even thinking about metaverse. I mean, people weren't really even talking about metaverses so much.
Yeah, exactly.
We weren't even thinking about it, to be honest. Like, it didn't even cross my mind, or I mean, because we made this before the whole, like, of course people were talking about metaverses, but before the whole kind of NFT metaverse kind of rise, and we're making this program. So.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm just gonna let these roll on the screen. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, while these are rolling, I just wanted to add another comment that I forgot to make. I want to talk about kind of the architecture of this master's program, because I mean, I taught on the master's level for quite a few years, and I also helped to put on the ground 2 master's programs. And I know what it's like to convert something that's on paper to actual courses and like kind of trick the students into designing really well. And I just admire like the cohesion of the concepts and how much it inspired the students to really explore way beyond what you typically see in any design program. I mean, to really just push the boundaries in all directions, to make up really great stories that are cinematic, they're, you know, very engaging, and also just, you know, very good for marketing, let's put it that way, both in the metaverse and in real life. I mean, I think basically what you do when you sell your project to anyone or when you compete is you tell a really good story through your design and through how you articulate it. So I really admire the behind the scenes that went on in designing this program, because the outcomes really speak for how well the program was designed. So congratulations.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you so much.
You know, if you can't represent your idea, then you know the idea kind of doesn't really go anywhere. So the kind of there's all the research and data, which is all fine and good, but also you have to convey that and also convey it to people that really maybe don't understand research and data, you know, so there's, you know, that's a very important aspect.
Yeah, it's something I learned also in this program, like how to, I mean, Stefanos blew our minds at the beginning of this program with how to think about, you know, I think this is something that kind of had this feedback loop of, you would think of a concept, an idea, and you think of how can you explore it further with design and support it then back again with the theory. So it was like this kind of shifting of like, I think about something, then I design something to prove it. And the way, I think that process was something I personally enjoyed very, very much. And I think I've said this before, but I think that's what also has pushed me to think in different ways and made this program seem to me very avant-garde, like I think also Daniela is saying.
Yeah, Stefanos Panagopoulos, who was our theory lead, definitely like amazing influence, and you know, like the thought process, and you know, like critical, very critical, and very much like explored so many different ideas and possibilities, and you know, like I think that was also like an essential part of the project itself. But I would say like Daniela also like you know, thank you for your comments about the process and the program, because it is a totally new pedagogical model. It's nothing that it's conventional here, not the project, not even the way that like we work together, right? Like having all these amazing leads like coming, and they're like, you know, like being so generous with their time, and you know, sharing all this knowledge. Like these are professionals that are working every day like in the field and with this like special skills, right? So like in order like to have embedded this in the program, it's very much like, you know, like created in waves that like allow the students like to prepare, to watch pre-recorded tutorials, and then go into live discourse, push design like in very limited time limits, and then like go into again like presentation mode. So we did already have like 5 presentations within the year of the students actually sharing their work, and you know, like having some guests like you know, like giving them feedback throughout the year. It's really, like they say, it takes a village. Like it was a huge amount of effort and people really giving their all into that. And I'm happy that we managed to orchestrate that. So it worked. It worked to, you know, like to the point that like we see these, you know, like students being already like professionals, like ready to, you know, like continue their journey.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, one term that we love to use in our metaverse, because we opened it very early, we soft launched it extremely early compared to other metaverses, is that we're flying the plane as we build it. And I think that's sort of what design is in general, even in practice. You never kind of finish. It's never the end. It's always a process. It's always design research. And you come to certain points where things gel, the design, the concept, the theory gels, and you present it. And then you just start your research, you know, further. So I think it's really important to just kind of continue. I mean, it's hard once you transfer into working life, like if you're working for a company as opposed to like creating your own business. But even if you're creating your own business, you start to feel kind of constricted by various things. First of all, the project brief, the client's brief, second of all, the budget, etc. But keeping that spirit that you guys have here is going to be so important in your success, in my opinion, because the companies that really succeed continue to push on the research front. I can think of many companies like that. I'm sure you guys can think of the same companies, but those are the really successful companies. And also if you guys can keep a foot in academia by teaching on whatever level, whether it's like workshops, whether it's like in a program as an adjunct faculty, just keep teaching, because I think it's through teaching that you actually learn what's in your head. When you have to articulate it to somebody and actually teach them how to think about something, that's when you really learn how you yourself are thinking. I know, like, I learned more through teaching from the students that I had than they probably learned from me. So it truly is like a lifelong collaboration that you continue having with academia. and with research, and I hope you guys really keep that up.
Just a humble reminder, let's understand that, computational design, the tools not specifically designed for architects. I mean, this has been pretty evident over ages. Like, say, if you look at Rhino, it comes from automobile industry, Houdini is for cinematic, Maya is for cinematic again. So I think it's just that, the trend of metaverse, it's like people are being so compelled to, learn out 3D and just jump into, the metaverse world. But I think computational design is pretty vast. I mean, you can do architecture, you can get into product design. I mean, yeah, let's look at this problems and solutions of industries, like, simulations, 3D, visualization is common to all industries. So let's understand that part, understand where you're good at and where your interest takes, and, don't just struggle between architecture and metaverse. I've been hearing many people saying that they come from architecture, they're seeing these powerful tools, and now they just want to get into metaverse. That's not the case. I'm just, you have wider avenues now. Don't just confine yourself to metaverse and then just architecture. Of course, boundaries are blurring. I agree to that part. And it's not like, you can get into multiple things actually. I mean, you have been introduced into robotics, you have been introduced into audio, there's a lot of things you can get into that. So don't just confine you into, this metaverse and just architecture.
I think there's a huge landscape now that's kind of formed in terms of the industry itself and in these skills, like especially with what we learned with the program with prototyping, like that was amazing. Robotics, I mean, yeah, all these things. I could see a lot of students maybe going into maybe game design or development, and then some maybe just doing sculptures, or maybe even fashion. Like fashion, for instance, now is getting huge on bringing a lot of computational designers to design, let's say, what like vitrines in French they call them, like just stores fronts, but they really invest a lot in that money. So yeah, like I can see a huge landscape right now.
Yeah, if you look at Anett's work, it's amazing. She merges electronics, 3D printing, and design together. And if you look at Mike, he does plugin development. He works on IP.
Yeah.
He's been curating some work with an architect in the past. He's an amazing guy. And,
just last week, the McKinsey report was released where they are predicting that by 2027 or 26, the metaverse industry is going to be a $5 trillion industry.
Oh, yeah,
And that's, I mean, if that isn't staggering, and you are already seeing a lot of companies that are just investing millions and billions into the metaverse. So it's not like, oh, maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. It is happening. And also blockchain, I really want to encourage you guys, because we haven't talked about this aspect of the metaverse very much, but metaverses truly are blockchain based, not just because of NFTs. Blockchain is like the underlying ledger and like software, and it's actually like a computer that is distributed across many nodes. And I think you guys should really learn about like differences between the first blockchain, which was Bitcoin, the second blockchain generation, which was Ethereum, on which you could build dApps, which are blockchain apps. And now we have like things where you can carry your identity from blockchain to blockchain and from platform to platform, and actually maintain your IP and ownership and any kinds of royalties that you gain on your NFTs. And that is a very important part of the metaverse that I think not enough people understand. That is the only way that the metaverse is going to be able to run, is if eventually it's not the technology that's going to become decentralized. It's the ownership that's going to become decentralized. And instead of seeing like big corporations that own your data and basically everything that you're doing on their platform and can cut out the platform at any moment, what you're going to have is distributed ownership through something called DAOs, DAO, which are distributed autonomous organizations that are kind of groups of users or groups of, or like special interest groups people that are forming governance over some portion of the environment in the metaverse and also in real life. The project I'm working on in Liberland Metaverse actually has a corresponding country. So we're building a partial digital twin, but also we are kind of interfacing with that population. And we're going to have one overarching DAO and then sub DAOs that have to do with special interest groups. So like maybe real estate developers that are fractionalizing real estate on blockchain are going to be kind of one DAO. And then designers in the fashion industry might be another DAO, and so on and so forth. So I think really learn about this aspect, because actually the metaverse is not so phenomenal without that. It's not so interesting without this opportunity. And I think art NFTs are kind of the tip of the iceberg. They're like the first experiments, but what's underlying that, what NFTs actually are, is something called smart contracts on blockchain, cryptographic, hard, like almost impossible to hack contracts and evidence of ownership, and also possibility to create a royalty chain through secondary markets. So like, let's say you create an asset and you sell it, you maintain royalties in that smart contract so that you can keep making some percentage of profits every time it's sold on a secondary market. So just be thinking about that and look into fractionalizing and also creating NFTs for 3D digital assets. There's, I mean, I could say a lot more about that, but I won't. It's just a really huge topic.
No, but Daniela, that's like amazing that you're sharing this information, because that's exactly the power of like where this is going, right? Like it's not just the investment, but also for the first time, or you know, like in history, having designers like getting royalties on like what they're creating, right? It's not only now in the music industry or the entertainment industry. It's like great opportunity that we didn't really have before, and I think that's exactly like that's where it gets very like exciting.
And then I think here,
people often say that you have to pursue your passion, but I think what Daniela is trying to say is, you know, you need to understand how, you know, how to help yourself actually. I mean, just your skills are not enough. I mean, you need to understand how things work so that you can sell your, stuff actually.
Yeah, it's just like when, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's like when you're setting up a business and you suddenly realize that you know nothing about business because you weren't really taught anything about that in architecture school or design school or any kind of school unless you went into business, but also realizing what the business that's coming up in the next 20, 30 years is going to be, and learning the economy of blockchain, learning the economy of smart contracts and NFTs, and understanding this transition to Web3. You know, because the immersive web or Web3 is really where we're headed. Companies are probably going to transition from kind of 2D magazine style websites to creating a presence in the metaverse, whether they are creating a showroom for their product or they're actually meeting with clients for events or whatever they're doing, and they're demonstrating their designs. Like all you guys could create sort of like a showcase of what you designed in this program in the metaverse so that people can experience it in 3D. So this idea that we're transitioning out of these websites that are like, graphic design oriented, that are more like magazine style things where you navigate in a very unnatural way in the end, and learning how to transfer that idea of hyperlinking things into the metaverse, not just through like, teleportation and stuff like that, but really creating IP that is tied to user experience and user interface. And I think any designer that is like architecturally oriented in the sense that they are working with complex geometries that are spatial will be a very important asset in the metaverse. Like we're really predicting that for architects and designers, this is going to be like a booming market for a very long time, with the advantage that you don't have to be licensed to design in the metaverse. You don't have to engineer for, things standing up or creating things in material, but you do have to learn how to engineer in terms of like, geometry and how to optimize things so that they actually operate in the metaverse, because it's not as easy as you would think. It's one thing to design an Unreal Engine and create a video. It's a whole other ballgame to optimize it so that it actually operates in the metaverse with multiplayers.
And I think this is where it will be very important for you guys when you publish your stuff to get a lot of feedback from people. And if you can, try to engage others in your, let's say, metaverses and see what feedback you get. Because as you develop and as you create these things, I think interacting with the public will be a more and more important skill that you need to get.
Great. I'll just end with one more screen share.
Have more
I would like to.
Because I just want to also mention that we did some cool labs, like robotics labs too, that were like a bit off from like the program, but more like skill teaching and fun. And of course, as soon as I play this, it's not. Hold on a second. No, is it just black for you guys?
Yeah, it's a media player classic.
It doesn't show.
Here you go. We also tortured a lot of pets. Use them with robots as well. Anyway, just wanted to, say that we're doing things like that, and then also there's like a prototype in lab and there's different few other lab, media lab, VR lab, which all these guys got into Unreal with. Anyway, thought that was fun. But a lot of pets got tortured, cats, dogs.
I had to do one for my pet, for my dog Monty. He would like
I'm jealous.
This is Kyle's dog. Okay, well, I think we're at a good time to end today and see you all back tomorrow.
Yeah, today we had basically.
Sorry,
Yeah.
can I just say something before we end?
Yes.
About
Sure.
the project? First of all, Aman, I think that's the first time I actually see your whole face. Congratulations.
That's right.
And yeah, amazing project.
Thank you.
Well done with the presentation and everything. It has been a struggle, but you've grown a lot and you've achieved a really interesting result. So congratulations, really well done. And to all other students from Team A and of course from Team B, but because we're today Team A, especially congratulations. Like it was an amazing year for us and for me, being there for you and learning so much from you. And I hope you also managed to learn something from me. And it's just incredible what we achieved. And I'm so proud of all of you and all your projects and different styles. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ada. Thank you for
Thank you,
pushing
Ada.
us. Yeah.
Thank you.
We love you.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
Thank you.
Very grateful as well. Thank you. Yeah.
Really great job, everyone from Team A. We'll see tomorrow Team B. And I just wanted to add that you should try and publish your projects wherever possible. Not only Instagram, but in some scientific papers or something somewhere else. Just try and try to publish as much as possible. So because these projects deserve to be seen by many more people.
And I just want to say, lastly, thanks to also our audience here who has diminished in this last few minutes, but there was quite a bit in here. There was quite a bit in here, but the ones remaining, thank you for joining and watching.
Yeah, and also like if anyone wants to ask any questions or try and like we're open to that. But yeah, tomorrow we'll have like some more projects, some more exciting things like to see and discuss. So Thank you all for being here. It was amazing. Well done. Congratulations. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Congratulations.
Bye.
Bye, guys.